This December 5, 2013, regular meeting number 9 of the Fairfax County School Board will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, a moment of silence, and the performance of the national anthem by the Greenbrier West Elementary School Advanced Strings under the direction of K. Belasic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Greenbrier West Elementary School Advanced String Players, under the direction of K. Belasic. We now have a certification of a closed meeting compliance. In order to comply with the Section 2.23712 D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on December 5, 2013, to the best of its members' knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Do I hear a motion? Moved by Mrs. Strauss and seconded by Ms. Dana Koufax. All those in favor, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, McElveen, Smith, Dana Koufax, Moon, Hines, Reed, and Velkop. Opposing? Abstaining is Mr. Schurz. The motion passes. A few announcements before we continue tonight's meeting. The board held a closed meeting earlier this evening. We just certified the compliance. And if you would like to access tonight's agenda and relating meeting documents, you can do so by going to the FCPS website, select School Board, and then upcoming meetings and agendas. If you have signed up to speak before the board during citizen participation, please turn in 16 copies of your remarks at this time to the deputy clerk sitting in the section to my right. If you would like to review a copy of the agenda and any agenda item that is being discussed tonight, that information is also on the table by the auditorium entrance. Please turn off or silence your cell phone. And next order of business is public hearing number 2. It's a public hearing on the acquisition of 6245 Leesburg Pike by condemnation or other means. On November 18th, Staff presented a plan to the board recommending acquisition for a 5-story office building and related property on 3.4 acres located at 6245 Leesburg Pike Forest Church in the Seven Corners area of the county. Once acquired, the former office building would be retrofitted and converted to a vertical design school in order to provide relief for the severely overcrowded Bailey's Elementary School for the Arts and Sciences, which is currently at 130% of its capacity. Significant increases in elementary student enrollment in this area are projected to continue for the foreseeable future. The board approval of the plan is scheduled for later this evening. Tonight, we have how many speakers? 9. We have 9 speakers signed up. Please come forward to the lectern when I call your name. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Please bear with me. I'll call 3 names at a time. First 3 are Susie Phipps, to be followed by Gwenan Chovanec, to be followed by Oni Wells.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Susie Phipps, and I'm here to speak in support of the resolution for granting the division superintendent the authority to acquire the property at 6245 Leesburg Pike. We all agree that Bailey's is overcrowded and needs an immediate solution to relieve this overcrowding. Over the past several years, FCPS has explored multiple options, both traditional and creative, to relieve Bailey's overcrowding. In short, the traditional 10-acre campus design is not currently a realistic option in space-constrained Mason District due to the lack of available land. I had high hopes for 2 other good options that I thought could work: an expansion of the Woodrow Wilson Library adjacent to Bailey's and the renovation of the Wilson Center with an urban design school. However, both of these options failed to garner the support of the Mason District Supervisor. Unlike previous attempts at finding a creative solution to our overcrowding, this latest plan has the support of both FCPS and our Mesa District Supervisor, Penny Gross. I'm personally convinced that this is a good solution to our overcrowding. Here's why. Number 1, it will be available for the 2014 school year. It meets our immediate need. Number 2, it is not another trailer. It has all of the safety and security of a permanent building. Number 3, there are bathrooms. Number 4, it is within our community. Many parents at our school are already familiar with the building as they have received county services there in the past. Number 5, it will be an urban design that can serve as a model for other locations in Fairfax County. That said, FCPS apparently has not yet done a sufficient job of communicating the benefits of this particular design to the greater community. We heard vocal opposition at the Planning Commission meeting last night from residents of Buffalo Ridge and Sleepy Hollow Manor, where honest concerns were raised about traffic and the long-term use of the building. Some of those opposing the 2232 last night were former Bailey's parents, who have been at Bailey's, fully understand and appreciate our need. FCPS must ensure that their concerns are fully addressed. The problem is real, and traditional solutions are not going to fix it. This new plan combines an urban design school with a bit of good luck in real estate. Objections to the plan focus on uncertainty of the solution, and clearly there's work to be done to work out the details. What is not uncertain is the result if you fail to act. In that vein, I am supporting this resolution and the plan, but success here will require FCPS to execute well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gwenan Chovanec, to be followed by Oni Wells and Richard Cheston.
Good evening. My name is Gwenan Chovanec. I'm the parent of 2 Bailey's Elementary School students, current president of Bailey's PTA, and Mason District resident. I'm here tonight speaking not as a PTA representative, but as a parent of Jack, a Bailey 2nd grader, and Katie, a 4th grader. I urge and implore the school board members to support the acquisition of the proposed elementary school property at 6245 Leesburg Pike and Falls Church. There are those who say this is happening too quickly. There are those who say there must be other options to alleviate overcrowding at Bailey's. I'm here to say that time and space have run out for Bailey's Elementary School. 6245 Leesburg Pike is the solution for Bailey's. The time is now. The school board and public have heard about Bailey's overcrowding for years. The numbers are compelling, but do not capture the impact lack of space has on parents and students. Our children do not get to participate in events with the whole school community. We all simply do not fit. Every available space has been turned into classrooms, taking away multi-purpose rooms that would allow for more flexible activities. Every outdoor space that can accommodate a trailer has been used. Bailey's cannot fit any more students. As a parent, it's disappointing to hear that the school-wide concerts cannot be scheduled because the space won't accommodate it. It is frustrating to know that a great portion of our book collection is in storage because most of the library space was converted to classrooms. But it is heartbreaking to have your child beg you to drive home faster because you do not use the bathroom all day. The trailers do not have restrooms. Of course, the adults around her tell her not to do this. But when it is cold or raining, she does not want to make the trip into the building. Just to use the restroom, she needs to identify a buddy, get on her coat, walk to the main building, get buzzed in, and head to the nearest facility. Who can blame her for waiting? With 19 trailers on the property, almost 400 children face the same dilemma. My fourth grader also informed me early in the year that she has brunch, not lunch. Her class is scheduled to eat lunch at just after 10:30 in the morning, less than 2 hours after the morning bell. That timing means she has to get through 5 more hours of school without a food break. Even with the cafeteria expansion last year, the number of classes needing to be scheduled for lunch prevents a realistic lunch hour. Finally, if SOL time is not stressful enough, this year, because our multi-purpose space has been converted to classrooms, Bailey's Gym will be used for testing during May. Our PE classes will have to be held outside of the building for at least 3 weeks. We are left to hope it doesn't rain. Our children deserve better. Fairfax County Public Schools has the opportunity to do better. Please support this acquisition. This is the Bailey's solution. The time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ernie Wells, to be followed by Richard Chastain and Joanne Gartenman.
Thank you. I'm Ernie Wells, and we are longtime residents of Sleepy Hollow Manor, which directly abuts the proposed school site. But we're also, as Susie mentioned, maybe some of the parents who have been attending Bailey's. Our son Sam just graduated from Bailey's, attended there the past 6 years via the Magnet program, and our family was involved in every aspect of Bailey's life. PTA officers, volunteers, fundraisers, etc. We're acutely aware of the severe overcrowding issues at Bailey's. The parents, teachers, and administrators at Bailey's are our neighbors and our friends, and we want to see this overcrowding problem at Bailey's be addressed. And other schools in our pyramid, like Glasgow and Stewart, are going to be having problems in the near future. But we do have several significant concerns. A number of them were voiced during the Planning Commission meeting last night, where about 20 residents of Sleepy Hollow Manor and Buffalo Hills spoke to the Commission, and many others submitted emails and testimony about their concerns. I encourage you to talk to Chairman Moon and Sandy Evans, who attended the meeting, and to review the testimony and emails, which are part of the public record. So a couple of things that were noted in there were things that I don't think are fully aware of at the Bailey's community yet, the things that have changed from their meeting back in September. That includes the fact there will be no gym at the facility, no plans in the Phase 1 for the outdoor play space other than a parking lot, which doesn't have a fence around it and may not be able to be used initially, and no plans in Phase 1 for any covered play space. It's also smaller than I had originally thought. The issues, there are concerns about cut-through traffic and opening the cul-de-sacs in the long run to Route 7 and through our neighborhood to Route 7 into the school because of traffic concerns on Route 7, we think will be the case. I think one fundamental error and misjudgment on the part of FCPS was to not include us in the process along with the Bailey's community. I'm not sure of all the reasons that the proposed location was kept close hold within FCPS and very select members of the Bailey's community, and then when shared more broadly with the Bailey's, wasn't communicated similarly with our next door neighborhoods. But it certainly added to a sense of mistrust and misunderstanding that is problematic at best. As homeowners, we are interested based on its proximity, and we look at the new school as potentially serving our local neighborhoods in the future, as schools normally serve their surrounding neighborhoods. We demand that you keep us better informed. As active members of the Bailey's communities for the past 6 years, we know that the overcrowding problems are nothing new. I don't think you can try to blame this on one particular FCPS administrator, Dean Tistat, just because he's retired and moved on and is an easy target. No single person is responsible for this failure. You've all failed our community over this last 5 or 6 years. You've kicked the can down the road to the point that the crisis has reached such a level that even FCPS and Fairfax County government can't kick it any further. What happens when we get to these crisis solution modes? The long-ignored community is now desperate for any relief, any solution. The threshold for acceptable solution is lowered. To quote a movie line, they're so thirsty for a solution, they'll crawl through the desert toward a mirage, and when they discover there's no water, they'll drink the sand. Even erstwhile champions of the community are tirelessly and selflessly, like Susie, to research solutions, may feel forced to look the other way or compartmentalize what Fairfax County officials change their stories or provide misleading information or point the blame elsewhere. At this stage in the crisis mode, any attempt by other citizens to point out flaws in the desperate solution are met with either ignored or looked at with derision, like it's only a solution. You're just doing an NIMBY. You don't care about the kids, or don't you have something better? Oh well, we need it tomorrow. Should we have any confidence?
Would you conclude?
Can I last one paragraph, and that'll be it. I just want to say though, in the end, if Fairfax County Public Schools decide to move forward with these flawed plans and acquire and retrofit the commercial building at Seven Corners, I and my family, and I think our neighbors, will support every effort and work to make that the best school facility it can be in this problematic location. We all want good schools in Fairfax County. We want them to be great for our children, and we, of course, are particularly interested in making sure that this is the case for the schools and the children right next door to us. It would help no one for this first effort at a vertical elementary school building in this area to be a failure.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Cheston to be followed by Joanne Gartman and Susie Wales.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Fairfax County School Board. My name is Richard Cheston, and I am the Vice President of the Buffalo Hill Citizens Association. The Buffalo Hill Citizen Association was formed in 1951 to promote, protect, and foster the general welfare of the residents of the subdivision and to provide for organized representation of its citizens. Along with Sleepy Hollow Manor, our association includes residential properties directly adjacent to the proposed school site at 6245 Leesburg Pike. Specifically, Buffalo Hill includes residences on Buffalo Ridge Road, Castle Road, Hazelton Street, Nicholson Street, Sleepy Hollow Road, and Faber Drive. Our association had no information about the school board's plan for the site until very recently. We believe that greater effort on the part of the school board and more opportunity for input needs to be provided going forward to improve transparency in this process, especially since the creation of a school on Leesburg Pike will directly impact our association's members. To help us understand the intent of the school board in the future, we have several questions. I welcome your response tonight, but I am also submitting these to you formally for a written response that can be shared with our members. First, how soon does the school board anticipate beginning community consultations on mitigation requirements for the property, including its planned Phase 2 development? What form will these discussions take? In September 2013, Bailey's parents were advised that funding was already available for this retrofit project. Since the renovation project was not part of the 2014-2018 capital improvement plan, we would like to understand how it is being financed. It is our understanding that expenses such as new schools, building additions, etc., are not funded through the general fund. Our second question, how will the purchase or condemnation award for the site be funded? Our third question, what is the school board's total budget for the 6245 Leesburg Pike project, including purchase of property and its retrofit? Please also provide us with the anticipated final cost once you have agreed with the property owner and awarded contracts for the building's renovations. With the planned acquisition of 6245 Leesburg Pike, there has been significant confusion over voter-approved November 2013 bond project for new construction of an Eastern Fairfax Bailey's area elementary school for $20,880,000. Our last question, does Fairfax County still plan to build a new school for Bailey's, and if so, what is the time frame for such a school? Finally,
Thank you, Mr. Cheston.
This is just a quick invitation to you, sir. The Buffalo Hills Association would like to invite representatives of the school board to a meeting of our association in early 2014 to promote better understanding for this project and help develop a community that will be good neighbors for the Bailey's Elementary School Annex.
Thank you, Mr. Cheston. The next speaker is Joanne Gartman, to be followed by Susie Wells and Debbie Ratliff.
Thank you, Mr. Moon, and members of the board. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I am a neighbor of the property which is being considered for acquisition, and a mother of 3 graduates of Fairfax County Schools in that area. I'm here tonight because, and I also wanted to thank Sandy Evans for her very thoughtful response to my email to her on this subject. I think Sandy and I have differing views, and I believe what is probably a fait accompli is something which I oppose for reasons as a former educator and parent in this area. My objection is not to some of the things that have been expressed, but to the appropriateness of this site for children of that age. I feel it is one of the worst locations that could have been selected. I really feel very, very strongly it has no outdoor recreation space. This is an age when children need outdoor recreation and fresh air. And even if an outdoor recreation space is provided, it will be subjected to exhaust fumes from 6 lanes of traffic. A very busy highway. Is that what you want for your young children? I think not. That's my primary objection. My secondary objection is to the safety concerns which I foresee. I have been assured by someone who has substituted in Fairfax County Public Schools that the children in these schools are very closely monitored. But being across a 6-lane highway from a shopping mall with 4 fast food restaurants, I am a little bit dubious as to whether, there will be a few escapees now and then who will make their way, and believe me, making your way across that 6-lane highway is sort of suicidal. People take risks. And I just think that there are going to be objections, obviously, in the neighborhood and elsewhere, and even from commuters to the arrival of all these buses. Plus, dividing the school is going to bring a lot of problems. Some families will have children going to 2 different schools. Who's going to make the decision? How are the things going to be resolved? I was interested in the reference to Penny Gross and her objection to another proposal that was made. And I have to say, somewhat tongue-in-cheek, it had occurred to me that a likely location for a second building might be the Mason Governmental Center, which has lovely outdoor space and plenty of parking, and maybe the Mason governmental occupants could,
Thank you, Mrs.
could
Gartman.
move
Would
into
you-
this building, which is proposed instead. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Next speaker is Susie Wells, to be followed by Debbie Ratliff and George Fitchko.
Hi, I'm Susie Wells, 15-and-a-half-year resident of Sleepy Hollow Manor, a neighborhood adjacent to the proposed school site. My son graduated from Bailey's this summer. I was a Bailey's PTA officer from 2010 to 2013 and an active volunteer at the school. We're very familiar with the unfortunate overcrowding at Bailey's. My understanding, the purpose of this meeting is to decide if the county should acquire a property on Leesburg Pike, possibly using eminent domain if necessary. I came here tonight with reasons to explain that the county hasn't done due diligence and how the solution isn't for the greater good of the community or Bailey's. But I really don't have faith that my words are going to make a difference. Instead, I'm going to use my time to tell you how frustrated I am at what has happened to this Bailey's community. In May or June, I began gaining insight from a few in the know that the county was looking at office space on Route 7 to help relieve the crowding. In September, a meeting was held with attendees from the superintendent down, explaining that indeed the county was looking into acquiring a building as a near-term solution to the crowding. It was explained that this was a near-term solution, but the long-term solution would be the new construction building that was on the bond referendum to address Bailey's overcrowding. The Bailey's contingent urged the community to get out and vote for the bond because this was the long-term solution for Bailey's. The voters did just that. I did just that. In early November, I learned the Leesburg Pike renovation was going to become a permanent school in Cluster 3. On November 26th, the county met with the neighbors who live near the site. For most, this was the first time they'd heard of a proposed school at this site. The biggest piece of news was when we learned that this office building site was indeed the new construction school we'd voted for only a few weeks before. And there was no money in the budget to retrofit this building and then build a second school. Needless to say, we were shocked. Last week, I asked a Bailey's parent who was at this November meeting if anyone had shared this information with the Bailey's community. They had not. Last night at the Planning Commission meeting, I'm sorry, I'm going to skip that sentence, that paragraph in interest of time. Finally, I am frustrated at the mixed messages the county has sent to parents and voters over as to how they're going to address this issue of overcrowding. I would not have voted last month for a bond to build a new construction elementary school in the Bailey's area if I had known in truth that the school was going to be an office building retrofit. If I had known in truth the school was going to be on Leesburg Pike within yards of the busy Seven Corners. If I had known in truth the school would split the grades at Bailey's. And if I had known in truth the school would be built outside the Bailey's boundaries. I understand in September at this meeting, where the superintendent attended on down, the community was told they would share a plan within 6 to 8 weeks on how they'll address the overcrowding issue at Glasgow Middle School and Stewart High School. We are in week 13, and I haven't heard anything. Our children deserve better. Taxpayers, we deserve better. The commercial business owners deserve better. Most importantly, I'm losing faith in this county's ability to serve its children. Please do a better job of planning and communicating with all of us. In short, please do your job.
Thank you. Next speaker is Debbie Ratliff, to be followed by George Fitchko and Matthew Dillard.
Hi, I'm Debbie Ratliff, and I don't have prepared comments tonight, so it's going to be a little disjointed. I have prepared stuff from last night when I gave testimony before the Planning Commission. Real stream of thought responding to some of the things that have been said already tonight. There are a lot of people here supporting and not supporting this project. There are current Bailey's parents who are friends of mine who don't support this project who aren't here tonight because well, why come? It's not going to make a difference. I'm like, well, come. People need to see what you think, at least for credibility for the future for our neighborhood. They're like, no, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted by this process. I'm not even going to come. An 8th grader who goes to school with my son says, well, why can't they build it at the Woodrow Wilson Library? Why can't they do that, Mom? She's a Bailey's graduate. It's a little 8th grader, straight A student, girl, not a boy, right? Because the girls are different. It's not just neighbors. It's not just people who used to go to Bailey's. It's people who are at Bailey's. Some of them, they're not all here. There's a really small percentage of the people here. Where is everybody else? Where is everybody else's voice? We want to be heard. We want everyone to be heard. My son was in a trailer for 3 years at Belvedere Elementary School. They didn't have a toilet in there. He had to use a pass key. It sucks. You know what I mean? You're in Fairfax County. That's unfortunately, Bailey's isn't the only school that suffers from this. That does not make it unique. Doesn't make it okay, but it doesn't make it unique. I'm sorry. There's going to be no PE at this school for at least a year, right? No outside play. This woman spoke about it just now. Sally Mastery spoke about it last night. Little kids need fresh air. Even your old 3rd to 5th graders, at the ripe old age of 8, they're so old that they can be on the 6-lane highway, right where the playground is planned to be, right on the street, right on Leesburg Pike. I don't think that's safe. I was taking notes when the Hutton and Williams lawyer was making testimony last night, a lawyer that I paid for. You know, that I don't agree with him, but my taxes paid for his fee to come and support FCPS's application. He made all these comments. One of the things he said was, this is for Bailey's. Well, Penny Gross told us it's not. She said it's part of our cluster. It's permanent school in our cluster. It will be our neighborhood school. That's what Penny Gross said on November 26th. The application says something different, the Hunt and Williams lawyer says something different. Which is it? Just be honest with us. If it's a hard pill to swallow, it's a hard pill to swallow, but treat us with respect and tell us, at least be consistent in what the message is what we're asking. Security, we were told, we have a commitment to make it secure. I don't want a commitment to make it secure. I want to know exactly what you're going to do. Coming on the one-year anniversary of Newtown, I want to know exactly what you're going to do to make those kids safe, honest to God. We don't know what the programming is going to be. Form follows function, they told us, but we don't know what the function is going to be, so we can't tell you what the form is at our meeting on November 26th. Quickly, and I hate to do this to you because I know we're trying to keep in time, Nelson Mandela
Okay, could
died
you
today.
conclude your remarks, please?
Absolutely. Nelson Mandela died today, and I'll get emotional. In the spirit of cooperation, we all want to work together. These are my friends, the orange people and the not orange people. We're all friends and we're all neighbors. Don't pit us against each other. For God's sake, don't pit us against each other. We are all
Thank
one
you.
community. Thank you.
The next speaker is George Fitchcote, to be followed by Matthew Dillard.
Hello, my name is George Fitchko. I live at 3027 Hazleton Street, which is directly south of the office building. I've lived there for a number of years. I'm also a graduate of Wilson Elementary School. I was the captain of the safety patrols and stopped traffic on Route 50 at Patrick Henry to let children walk across that. We realize we're past that stage now. Anyway, as you said, the community just got notice of this just before Thanksgiving. We have tried to do our research and get caught up. One of the things that is obvious is that Bailey's has a problem and needs to have kids somewhere next school season. My problem I have was when we looked at the, I have an overview, I'm sorry, I didn't pass it, overview of enrollment challenges at Seven Corners area. Bailey's is right there, of course, in the top, but there's a school that I didn't know existed. I used to live off Gallows Road at Mason Crest Elementary School. It's brand new. It has a 69%, no, I'm sorry, less than that. That's the 69% enrollment on 2017 and 18. It's already an existing facility. It's 4.7 miles from Bailey's School. It takes about, I drove it yesterday, 18 minutes in rush hour to get from there to Bailey's. I'm just curious. There's also, I believe, we found out, around Jeb Stuart High School, there's 18.4 acres of undeveloped land around that school that is baseball fields and woods. And we're just not sure, is this the best policy for a short-term fix when there's longer-term elements to be considered here in the community? I would like to understand what other options were nixed and why this option looks like in the 11th hour the only option. Thank you.
The final speaker is Matthew Dillard.
Chairman Moon, Dr. Garza, board members, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Matthew Dillard, and I live at 3055 Shadeland Drive with several of our speakers from the Sleepy Hollow Manor community. Apologies to my community for not vetting my thoughts before. I'm going to go a little differently. The issues of Bailey's parents are real. I understand, appreciate the urgency of overpopulation at Bailey's Elementary, but this is the wrong way to move forward. Moving towards vertical schools and a smaller footprint certainly appears to be the right direction. On the surface, the property opportunity seems like a gift horse handed to the school board, solving a critical problem. In the end, this property may be the right solution, but I believe the county is approaching this in a high-risk manner with our valuable tax dollars. I'm unable to stand here and refer to applications or specifics to plans because our community feels we've not had the necessary time to fully analyze it. Purchasing this property now is a bad idea. Purchase of this property in the immediate term by whatever financial method is a bad idea. This will commit the county and the school board to make it work, even if it's unsuccessful. As we discussed in the planning meeting last night, there are far too many variables that require further analysis to determine if this property will even meet the goal at this location. The concept plan, as its name implies, is only a concept. The residents of Sleepy Hollow Corridor moved to this community because it's a hidden gem, a very suburban neighborhood of trees and quiet streets. Much of the value is not only in these streets and neighborhood, but its immediate access to shopping, retail, and commercial services. We can all stand here and tell each other that this will never be a Sleepy Hollow neighborhood school. It is naive to think that 5 or more years down the road, there will not be a need to redistrict. Our shifting demographics and population, it's inevitable. Now we have residents who purchase in Sleepy Hollow that want a neighborhood school like Sleepy Hollow Elementary, but are forced into a very urban school solution sitting on a major regional thoroughfare. If I'm buying a home, I'm now thinking twice. This does not even address the plans and the discussion for adding more cut-through to our existing cul-de-sacs. The home values we've worked so hard to maintain will be affected. More loss of revenue. My solution. We all say we're looking for innovative solutions and out-of-the-box thinking. I prefer the KISS method. Keep it simple. Why are we in a rush to buy this property outright? Have we thoroughly exhausted the ideas for leasing? Leasing has got multiple benefits. It does not commit the county and all our taxes to purchase long-term ownership. It allows us time to work through these issues, and it ensures we develop a solution that fits the overall comprehensive plan and the Seven Corners vision. I ask you not to dismiss my idea as simple, that it just doesn't work. Please spend the time with your teams and figure out a way to make it work.
Thank you, Mr. Diller.
I have a petition here that was submitted by Ms. Ratliff. She asked me to hand it off to you.
Thank
you for your time.
That concludes the public hearing on the acquisition of a 6245 Leesburg Pike by condemnation or other means. The next order of business is a presentation to the school board, but those who are in the audience wanting to see how the school board will actually vote on this particular acquisition decision, I just want you to know that according to our agenda, there are a few other items before we get to that point. My best judgment at this point is we'll probably get to that decision around 10 o'clock tonight. So you are welcome to stay here. We have an exciting presentations coming up. The most important one being student achievement goal number 1. And our staff will be very excited to just to show you what we've been doing on an academic side, not on facilities. But if you need to go home, you can still turn on Channel 21 and watch us on TV. With that said, let me go to the next order of business which is a presentation to the school board, with the first one being citizen participation. Citizens who want to address either a new business or action item as listed. Fairfax County citizens who would like to address the school board should arrange to be placed on the speakers list by signing up online at www.fcps.edu or by calling the school board office at 571-423-1075. If the concern is a group concern, please consider appointing a spokesperson, and while the spokesperson is speaking, those in support may stand to show their support. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget and boundaries, or personal attacks on any person. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should not be raised at public meetings. Any such concern should be directed to the appropriate school principals or other school officials. Citizens are encouraged to write to the school board on any school-related topic. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes and provide at least 16 copies of their presentation for distribution to the board. Tonight, 2 citizens have signed up to address the board, Stephen Greenberg and Dana Weinberg.
Dr. Garza, Chairman Moon, esteemed school board members, the forever distinguished Mr. Ash. My name is Steve Greenberg. I am the president of the Fairfax County Federation of Teachers, and I come before you this evening representing over 4,500 members in regards to item 7.05, appropriated funds to school. I'll also be addressing 4.02, student achievement goal. First of all, I'd like to take a moment to balance perspective and to make sure you understand my members' values are being represented fairly, and I'll talk a lot about values tonight. I'm holding up a sign that says, "Teachers love our great principals." I'm not confused. But Steve, I thought the teachers were really upset about workload in the principals. Yep, but most of our principals are excellent. Honest, caring, efficient, we love them. They set the tone for success of all, students, teachers, parents, and the system. Here's an example. I found out today that Jeff Yost over Woodson took the time to make sure that children are not going to have homework over winter break, and neither are the teachers, because he values that time for them to have a break. So there you go. We value great administrators. They're imperative. They touch lives, many of them. We should not put value in any that are not competent, but that goes for teachers too, and school board members, and division superintendents, and teacher union presidents, and county supervisors. We are responsible for people's children. We must be the best, and we expect only the best. We must always value honesty when addressing this. With that said, I'm encouraged to see that in 7.05 on the new business agenda, principals returning unused funds to the school system at the end of the year? Well, of course, that's standard procedure on the county side and in most reputable industries. By putting this in place, you eliminate any credibility to assertions that our principals aren't great with managing money. You remove their stress and provide them with a way to document that they are great. As importantly, they will know everyone is adhering to the same rules, and you'll have a better grip on your year-end balance. This is what the county supervisors asked for: tighter controls and accountability. Thank you, Dr. Garza. In regards to 4.02, I would start with this. I really appreciate that Dr. Presidio begins and ends with his presentation with, what are the implications for budget decisions, teacher workload, and closing the achievement gap? The values reflected in the goals presented tonight are fine. Professional development, collaboration, for example, are valuable. However, the goals mean little before the manifestation or action plans of them occurs. That'll be the real test, how we implement these. Once again, the values within them are fine. How we enact them will determine success or failure. I hope you consult your teachers at great length on these, as they're the ones tasked with making them successful in the classroom. Finally, folks, I went to a PISA day on December 3rd. Stop laughing, Mrs. Strauss. Gave you some souvenirs there. AFT likes PISA. The people at the PISA were advocates for it, so they were talking about wraparound services and involving parents and paying teachers better and all these great things. But I will say this. There are also people that use that data to say that U.S. teachers are lousy and we spend too much on education and schools should be privatized. So here's my point. Both are right because they're using the data to lobby their point. So what is really important? The values behind each of those positions and what we really hold to be true.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg.
Have a good night. Thank you.
The next speaker we have is Dana Weinberg.
My name is Dana Weinberg, and I want to thank Dr. Garza and the school board for allowing me to speak tonight. There's a growing national problem with factual inaccuracies and bias in our children's history textbooks, some of which are being used right here in Fairfax County. Unfortunately, flawed textbooks are now the rule and not the exception throughout the United States in virtually all the schools, with only 4 or 5 publishers controlling the market and the content. The Virginia Board of Education has formally adopted content certification procedures and policies for publishers. An employee in Fairfax County's Instructional Services Department sent me an email confirming we have not adopted these policies formally. I hope I have not been misinformed. If so, then the county's policies must be more stringent, and the 4 Virginia Board's policies in your packages, hopefully you have these, should be reviewed in more detail and considered for adoption. I'm here tonight to request the school board consider formally adopting content certification policies for publishers, and especially for history textbooks, but it also includes geography as well. Publishers would, of course, pay for any of the costs to correct these mistakes. Flawed content is detrimental to our children's education. Content must be factual, unbiased, and balanced to allow for critical thinking. 2 precedents have been established there this year in Florida, which has begun turning around the decline in quality and quantity of flawed textbooks. The Miami-Dade County School District in Florida, which is about the 4th largest in the U.S. with about 380,000 students, dropped 7 history and geography textbooks from consideration because of pervasive problems with factual inaccuracies and bias. 3 of those textbooks have been adopted by the Commonwealth of Virginia. One of those books has been adopted by Fairfax County, World History Patterns of Interaction. The Palm Beach County, Florida School District, which is about the 11th largest in the U.S., and a little bit smaller than Fairfax County with about 180,000 students, ordered the publisher, Pearson Prentice Hall, to correct and reprint the textbook World History. They also rejected World History Patterns of Interaction, which we have adopted. I've only been able to present a handful of errors from World History Patterns of Interaction in my previous 2 3-minute speeches. Any competent subject matter expert reviewing content for the county should have been able to easily identify these errors. Textbooks should not only be reviewed for meeting SOL requirements, but also be reviewed for content and to be factually correct and free of bias. I was told by someone in instructional services that content reviewers don't have enough time to review the books and read every word.
Thank you, Mr.
They don't have enough
Weinberg.
time, they don't have enough energy.
Thank you.
One more sentence. Let's adopt these policies now, well before the next textbook adoption cycle, which I've been told is in 2015. I'm available, call me, love to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next order of business is presentation of annual monitoring performance report, student achievement goal number 1. And let me call on Dr. Garza.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Tonight, first of all, I have to compliment, we have a wonderful team of folks over here. I know that Dr. Presidio will introduce them, but specifically I'd like to compliment Dr. Presidio and Dr. Breeden and all the folks that work with them. This report that will be presented tonight is representative, a culmination of what has been presented to the board in the past over 5 different disparate presentations, and quite frankly, each were kind of presented a different way. Most school systems do typically have an annual performance report that's a document to the public about how we're doing on key measures. With that being said, I believe our team has done a great job on that. With that being said, there is a lot of information within the document that is specific to the SOLs. And this board and this leadership team have said, you know, we don't want to be all about the SOLs. But right now, those are our measures. We are reporting on those measures, but we know that down the road we'd like to be different and we'd like to reinvent ourselves around different, more appropriate measures. And that work is already underway. And I know that Dr. Presidio is going to talk about that at the end, but I felt like it was important up front to, you know, let the public know that this is our current kind of structure, and we're reporting on those things that we need to report on, and certainly they are important because that's what the state requires of us. We hope there's some change ahead there as well, but we do believe that in the very near future, hopefully even next year, there will be some different structures, some different assessment measures based upon maybe the results of strategic planning in our portrait of graduate work. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Presidio, but I felt like that was important to remind the community that that's one of the goals that this board has set out, a long-range strategic plan and a different overall assessment strategy. So this, though, is a report on last year's performance, kind of reflecting what we've looked at in the past. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Presidio to begin the presentation. Thank you.
Dr. Presidio, before you continue, I just want to note to my colleagues on the board that I am planning to have all of this done within a couple of hours, including presentation and Q&A and follow-up discussion. We do not vote on the acceptance of the report until next meeting, so we'll have another opportunity at the next meeting to have a further discussion. So let's see that we can do all of this in 2 hours. Thank you.
All right, very good.
And Mr. Mead, if I might add, I think that is important. I failed to mention because I couldn't read it without my little glasses. I had a note here. To add to your point, this document is a large and very lengthy document. So we could spend days and days going into each component of this work. This is meant to be kind of a high-level presentation, kind of an overview of all of the work and all of the analysis, and there's much more even available on the website. So tonight, if you have, I'll encourage you not to get into the weeds, but we're very, very happy to meet with you individually should you want to spend an in-depth amount of time on any particular subject matter. So you're right, Mr. Moon, we could spend lots and lots of time on it. But again, Dr. Presidio, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Garza, and good evening, Chairman Moon and members of the board, members of the leadership team, and welcome to Mr. Foster, our new Chief Legal Counsel. It's good to have him on board and see him over there as well. So, good evening. I'd like to start this evening by introducing some folks that are going to join me later to help answer questions, and I'm going to start with Craig Herring, Director of Pre-K-12 Curriculum and Instruction, and Craig is going to actually join me in co-presenting this evening because this is quite a lengthy report. We're also going to be joined by Teddy Perderis, Director of Language Acquisition and Title Programs, Kathy Oliver, Director of Student Testing, Irene Meyer, Director of Special Education Instruction, Rose Moore, our Math Coordinator, Myra Thayer, our Science Coordinator, Tamara Ferreira, our Fine Arts Coordinator. So it's really our pleasure to present tonight's annual performance report on Student Achievement Goal 1, Pursuing Academic Excellence. And as Dr. Garza mentioned, this report obviously is delivered in a slightly different manner and format. We have condensed all 4 of the sub-goals into one report, which provides a very lengthy report. The narrative's over 100 pages. We're more than happy to answer any questions tonight, but beyond tonight as well, because we know that there will be quite a few. We do think this format will provide, hopefully, a way to better illustrate really the overarching student achievement challenges that we face as a division, and we hope this format will provide the board with a more functional report from a policy perspective as well. So for tonight's presentation, we've selected what we believe from a policy perspective to be the most significant student achievement results. Again, there are a lot more results to be found online and in the narrative. But before we begin, I did want to take just a minute to mention that there's a lot of good news, I think, that you will find in tonight's report. And as you know, I've been in the division a little bit over a year now, and I've had the opportunity to visit many of our schools and to visit numerous classrooms, and I can tell you that I'm amazed by what I see in our schools on a daily basis. And truly across the board, our teachers in Fairfax are second to none. And I think sometimes, we reflect and we see that we haven't achieved fully our performance targets yet, but our teachers are achieving amazing things with students every day. And I did at least want to start the report and to thank our teachers on behalf of the leadership team for the things that they do accomplish with students every day. And I believe with the right leadership actions and the right support that we'll continue to raise student achievement and meet our goals over time. So if I can get this to advance, very good. So as we begin tonight's presentation, we recognize you're going to be presented with a great deal of information, and as a result, we thought it might be helpful to have some guiding questions to really use as a lens to consider this information. So we've got a few questions here on this slide. First, to what extent do the current student achievement measures really reflect our community's values? And second, how might we consider providing alternative student measures beyond the standardized assessment measures that we use from VDOE? And I think, again, it's important to pause here and again, just recognize that what we're going to report on tonight are the current board-approved student achievement measures. We recognize the board's interest in looking at alternative measures, and we'll discuss some of the current and future work at the end of tonight's presentation. And then finally, I think it's useful to really consider the implications of our current achievement results in light of the budget decisions that we'll have to make this year, also considering teacher workload and the work that we need to do on closing the achievement gap. So before we examine the achievement results, I think it's useful to take a quick look at our student demographic trends. And in this chart, we project out our actual and projected enrollment over time. And you can see, obviously, that in the last 5 years, we've grown by over 11,000 students, and we're projected to grow by even more over the next 5 years, for a total projected growth of over 25,000 students in 10 years. But I think more significantly, this chart illustrates that the number of students requiring additional instructional supports is continuing to increase steadily. Over 20% of our students receive support for developing their English language proficiency, and over 27% of our students qualify for free or reduced price meals. And in this slide, what you see is the population of limited English proficient students in Fairfax County versus the state and other comparison divisions. And what you see is that over 20% of our students now in Fairfax qualify for English language proficiency services, and that FCPS students account for 40% of Virginia's total LEP population, which I think is quite amazing. So this is just another way to look at the demographic trends, and I think it really underscores the need for us to think very deeply and intentionally about how we meet the needs of our English language learners in Fairfax County. Again, as Dr. Garza mentioned, we have limited time to look at all the data tonight. You've got complete data reports in the narrative, but I also wanted to point out that on this slide, the website that's listed here will take any member of the public to a site where you can look at the internal school pyramid, cluster, and division level results on any of the VDOE required measures. And I'd like to thank our folks in PLA and the IT staff that have done a really good job to put this program together and to provide this information to the public. And I think a very user-friendly format, and they continue to make enhancements to that site as well. So hopefully you'll get a chance to take a look at the site and give us some feedback. So before we begin reviewing our achievement results, I would like to provide you with a summary of some of the most pressing challenges that we're facing in regard to meeting our achievement targets. And we'll discuss these topics in more detail at the end of the presentation, but I do think an introduction to this information now will help you as you receive the information in the presentation and help your analysis of that information. And our first challenge here really comes from state policy changes, including the increased graduation requirements, which are reducing the amount of student choice in course-taking options, and also the new A through F labeling of schools or ranking of schools. And this increases the amount of weight given to standardized achievement results in Virginia, and I think it presents a challenge to our own internal accountability systems and interests in FCPS. Second are the SOLs. And over the past 3 years, the state has increased the level of rigor on the SOLs in all 4 core content areas: language arts, math, science, and social studies. And the state announced when they did this that these new standards signaled the beginning of a new trend line in performance in Virginia. But in FCPS, as you know, we did not adjust our own internal performance targets. More specifically, we've retained our performance target of 90% of our students passing the state standards, or 50% of students scoring advanced on the state standards. And I think, common knowledge will tell us that research says that, great school systems have lofty goals. And I think that it's great that we have lofty goals. But I do think that we need to understand that it will take time for our teachers to adjust to this new system, and it will take time for our students to adjust to these new expectations. And it's going to take new strategies for us to employ to be able to help all of our students reach these more rigorous standards. And I think it's also important for our community to understand that we need their increased support if we're going to be able to meet these standards that we've set as a division on these new standards and tests. Third is the achievement gap. And we measured the achievement gap by the performance of white and Asian students versus the performance of other subgroups. And while our division had cut the achievement gap in half, on most of our measures, following the introduction of the state standards, that achievement gap has widened again, and you'll see that in tonight's presentation. So this, too, will take new approaches to supporting student achievement to eliminate that gap. Additionally, in order to meet the division's student achievement goals, we need to provide all of our teachers with high-quality professional development and evidence-based strategies to increase student learning. But of course, finding the time and resources to do that is a challenge. It's a challenge both for our administrators and it's a challenge for our teachers who have so many responsibilities and so many constraints on their time. So we need to think about focusing on the most high-impact strategies for professional development and keeping our training as close to the classroom as possible. And then finally, less than half of our elementary schools currently offer world languages. And given our current budget situation, this too is a challenge, and it makes it very difficult for us to accomplish Student Achievement Goal 1.2, that all of our students will be able to communicate in more than one language. So again, we need to think about different ways of providing language programming if we're going to meet this goal. So I think as you review tonight's presentation, if you have these issues in the back of your mind, I think it will help you a little bit in the analysis and our discussion this evening. So our report focuses obviously on student achievement K-12, so we take a quick look to begin at kindergarten. And I think one of the most interesting pieces of information on this slide is that you really here see the changing demographics in Fairfax. So for example, this year's kindergarten class has 39% of our students qualifying for LEP services, 39% of our students qualifying for limited English proficiency services, and 32% of our kindergarten class qualifies for free or reduced price meals. So I think this slide really illustrates the growth in the number of students requiring additional instructional supports in the division. And then also at the bottom, we have some information on our developmental reading assessment, word analysis assessment results, which is one of the measures that we use to look at student performance in kindergarten. On this slide, you see some of the supports that we provide to ensure that our students get off to a strong start in our system. First being the Early Intervention Reading Initiative. This is a Commonwealth initiative. We participate in this initiative and receive state funding to do so. It provides students that need additional literacy support with up to 2.5 hours a week of literacy intervention support. We also have a battery of math assessments that we look at. And then finally is the Bridge to Kindergarten program, which was a program we launched this past summer to address the number of students that we have on our preschool waiting list in FCPS. And we had 750 rising kindergartners participate in that program and received services for 3 weeks and achieved very significant gains in school readiness based on our own internal study. So we also have a few questions that we would ask you to consider during tonight's presentation. And our presentation will focus on grade bands. So we'll start with the primary grades, move to upper elementary, middle, and high school. And again, we're reporting on the board-approved accountability measures. And at each of these grade levels, these are the 3 questions that we're attempting to answer, both in the narrative report and the presentation that we provide here. So, of course, to what extent have we met or do we meet our benchmark performance targets now and over time? To what extent do gaps exist among subgroups of students in our division now and over time? And how does our performance in FCPS compare to the Virginia average and other comparison divisions in Virginia? And again, just before we begin, I would just remind you that this slide contains the current board-approved student achievement measures. These are the ones that we'll discuss tonight. And at this point, I'm actually going to turn the presentation over to Craig Herring, our Director of Pre-K-12 Curriculum Instruction, and he's going to walk us through the data, and then I will be back with some summary analysis at the end. So thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm happy to be here to present the data for the primary, upper elementary, middle school, and high school achievement results. And we're going to start right away with our primary grade results. So this is a little bit different look. We tried to give you an overview of all the different measures for primary grade students, all on the same slide. And so you'll see up here we have the grade 2 DRA 2 results. We have the MRA, the Math Reasoning Assessment results for grade 2, and then the grade 3 Science and Social Studies SOL results. You can see one particular thing. We've stayed pretty steady with our DRA 2 and our Social Studies and Science results, but you do see a dip in the Math Reasoning Assessment, and that's because that is our own FCPS created assessment. And so with that, knowing that we had an increased rigor in the standards of learning for mathematics, our math team took a look at the existing assessments that were there and actually adjusted the level of rigor to match what we were projecting the state to have. You'll see a second dip because after we actually had a chance to review the results and see what the state was doing, we adjusted it for the second time for this year. It is one of our major ways of identifying and screening for students who are going to have difficulty on the 3rd grade math SOL. This next graph you may remember from last year, but I do want to take a moment to explain it again. As a mathematics person, I'm enjoying the fact that we have some box and whisker graphs up there. Take a look at this graph and you'll see, first of all, the little red line with the number next to it. The red line represents FCPS's achievement by subgroup, and this is particular for the 3rd grade reading assessment, the SOL. The little blue diamond represents the Virginia State average. And then the line, if you just look above all students there in the first column, the line represents the range or the spread of the comparison districts. So the lowest performing district for all students on the third grade reading would be at the bottom of the line. The highest is at the top, and you'll notice that Fairfax is at the top for all students achievement at 79%. The other thing I want you to realize when you're looking at this is you get a really good look at the achievement gap. So if you'll notice, the second column has the Asian student performance at 87%, and to the right of that are the next two columns are our Black and Hispanic achievement. So you can see the gap from 87 to 62%, a 25% achievement gap in reading at third grade SOLs. So you're getting a lot of information on this particular graph that will help with our discussions as we continue on. So continuing, this is the third grade mathematics scores. One thing to note on that is that for most of these, we are above or at the average, but you will notice that our Hispanic achievement is at the bottom of the comparison group here, as well as we're a little below in our free and reduced price meals. This is our science achievement. This was the first year, if you remember, that the science standards were assessed, the new science standards. We are at or above the average with the state, and you can see that the results are higher than we see in our mathematics. They're generally more in the 60 to 70 range or higher for our subgroups. Of course, there's a lot more data on the website that you can look at, but we chose to focus on these particular areas for the primary grade report, and here are our challenges and future work. So for mathematics, we have seen a decline in the performance due to the new rigor on both the SOLs and the math reasoning assessment. One thing for you to know about how there's been a change to the math grade 3 SOL. In the past, the mathematics grade 3 SOL assessed kindergarten first and second grade standards. This year, or this new standards, only assess third grade standards. So in the past, students could answer a kindergarten question pretty easily in third grade. Now it's all third grade questions. So that's another way that they've increased the rigor. The other thing that happened this year with the mathematics assessment is those technology enhanced items that have multiple choice, multiple select, you can have more than one right answer. Those actually were factored into the achievement score, or the score that whether students passed or not. Last year, they weren't in there because they were just field testing them. So that would be another reason that you might see a little more of a dip this year in the past, because they weren't counting those multiple select answer questions in the past. Looking at the future work for that, we really feel like we need to create and revise our resources and offer more professional development to teachers that supports differentiation for their struggling students. We also think that we need to do a little more scaffolding of those students who struggle, as well as spiraling the curriculum. And by spiraling, we mean that we would revisit topics from the past, as well as go greater in depth on some topics that they had learned in the past, to make sure that there's a really deep foundation in things like computation and number sense. In reading, we really did a deep dive into the data that we can now get from the state on the tests now that we've had 1 year of tests. And particularly at the primary grades, we're seeing that there's some difficulties with identifying the main idea, supporting details, using the text features like headings and charts, and identifying cause and effect relationships. And so we're going to target professional development and provide resources to teachers around those particular topics. So that's going to conclude our look at primary grades. We're going to move into upper elementary, which is going to be 4, 5, and 6th grade. So here's the overview. I did want to point out one more thing on this. You'll notice the red dotted line. That red dotted line represents that 90% proficiency that the goal that we have for all students to achieve that. You'll notice as we get higher in elementary, you'll notice there are more assessments. And I think you're going to see that trend as we head throughout these different levels. But this does include the writing, also reading, mathematics, science, and social studies at different grade levels, either 5 or 6. We've added our world language performance, our fine arts, and music assessment as well. So here's 6th grade reading, and I think this is one of the good news stories that Dr. Presidio mentioned. As you can see, we certainly do have our challenges with some subgroups, including our students with disabilities. However, we are outperforming the other major comparison districts in Virginia. And for that first year of this new assessment in reading, we think this is a good first step. We have a lot of work to do, obviously, around this as well. And then writing is a little bit more of a mixed. We have some wonderful results, but there are also some challenges here. If you look at our Hispanic subgroup. In mathematics, I want to point out, if you could think back to the comparison graph for the mathematics for third grade, we are seeing that our students are rebounding by 6. So we do have a lot of challenges with our third grade mathematics, but you can see in some of the subgroups we have up to a 25% increase in achievement from when they were in third grade to how our sixth graders are achieving. So I think we definitely have to examine why we're getting that bump up at sixth versus third grade, but that is another thing that is encouraging. Here are our science results. And this is one that I want to spend a little bit of time on, and I'll talk a lot more about it when we get to our future work. I think this speaks to a lot of different challenges that we're having with science. And as you know, the state has come out with 8 of our elementary schools that are accredited with warning because of their science scores. And if you look at this 5th grade science graph, we are below the Virginia average and often the lowest performing subgroup on our 5th grade science. And I'll talk more about that when we get to the future work and challenges. Let me take a moment to talk about the world language performance here at grade 6. You'll notice that the first set of bar graphs is for all students. That includes both immersion and our FLES students, but then we break it out for the next 2 levels. So our immersion students, I want to be really clear what it means to be an immersion. They're receiving every day half a day of instruction in science and mathematics in their target language. So it's a full half day of immersion. Our FLES students receive about 60 minutes of instruction per week in the target language. And if you look at the achievement on this, we are really doing well with our immersion students, but given the achievement of our FLES students with 60 minutes a week, they really are gaining quite a bit from that experience. The other assessment here, and I think this starts to speak a little bit more towards what are the different assessments that we might want to continue to look at that are different from our standardized testing, is the Global Awareness Technology Project. We have seen a consistent gain in the 4 categories of understanding, expression, research, and technology that are scored through a rubric. So, elementary grades, what are our challenges and future work? I wanted to point out that one of our challenges, and I think this is something that will solve itself over time, is that this was the first year that all students in elementary school were tested online in all elementary schools. We had started to work in some elementary schools to do this, but now all those in the spring were tested online. And that creates some challenges for students who aren't used to working in that online environment. Particularly the writing could be a different experience for students, the writing application that comes from Pearson. So we're going to provide more opportunities for students to practice, and that's where eCart and a lot of the Horizon assessments can help with that. For science, when we started to look at the science scores, as I mentioned earlier, that we were the lowest in most of the categories, it wasn't just one reason. A lot of the reasons focused around these different ones, but there could be other ones too. One was time. Our schools spending a lot of time on reading and mathematics instruction because that's what was measured by No Child Left Behind, and where that was science instruction getting cut short. The other was schools expressed to us that sometimes it was turnover in staff. They had a very passionate, knowledgeable science lead teacher who, for whatever reason, either retired or moved on to a different school, and that might have impacted what was going on. Or the leadership changed in the school and the focus changed possibly. Other reasons were content knowledge of our elementary teachers. A lot of our elementary teachers didn't get into elementary education because they were science lovers. Increasing that content knowledge can be an issue. And then also some not sure how to use our resources. So we have some very rich science kits schools sometimes struggle with how to best implement that, and that also touches on the time issue as well. So what we're doing is a very targeted approach to certain schools to address the needs that they have rather than just do a blanket approach to all the different schools. So after conversations, we're working specifically with schools on how to increase their achievement. We are providing a lot of different resources and professional development. Reading, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You can see that the new emphasis on nonfiction has certainly caused some issues in terms of making inferences and drawing conclusions. It's easier to do that with a fiction text than it is with a nonfiction text. So we are providing targeted lessons and some very targeted professional development on that. Writing, where again, we've done a dive into the data and we can see that possessive apostrophes, using those correctly, spelling of homophones, there's just some very specific things that we recognize. I think if we start to work on those, we're going to see improvement with that. Fine arts assessment has its own challenges. One of those is that we really don't have an efficient and consistent means of assessing student progress in fine arts. This is something I think will require a lot more discussion from the board and from the leadership team on what other measures do we want to put into place to value how our students are learning in music and art. One thing that we've done in our future work is to create a central team to score a sample to address the workload issue of the teachers so that we would score a sample of fine arts assessments, no longer be responsible for all of them. The other is that we would implement recommendations from a focus group that we pulled together to develop a process for portfolios, for student-generated art and music portfolios, as well as pilot and evaluate these portfolio projects in some of our elementary schools, 4 of them. On to middle school. We're almost there. We're getting there. A couple of these measures, this is a little bit of a mix, and I just want to quickly point out that some of these are the approved board measures, but we also looked at a couple that we haven't looked at as closely in the past. The difficulty with some of the measures that we have is, as always, it's mathematics, causes a little bit of an issue. As we head up through our mathematics sequence, students start to spread out in different levels. So often we've reported on how the cohort of Math 8 students do, students in grade 8 math. But I think what we've kind of left behind is what you see in the 3rd row of columns there. How do our students who are in 8th grade taking Math 8, that course itself, achieve? They can kind of get lost in the data a little bit. And if you look here, the standards change had a really dramatic effect on that particular group of students. We have about 67% of our students accessing Algebra 1 in middle school. So you're looking at about 1/3 of our students here, and you can see that only about 50, a little over 50% of those students are being successful on the Math 8 SOL test, which I think we also see how that plays out in the future in terms of graduation, in terms of success with Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 in high school. So we really need to capture some strategies around how to support that group of students that's in Math 8. Other than that, I think you're going to see some pretty consistently high social studies and science scores, as well as increases in our world language assessment performance. So here's quickly reading. Again, we're sort of at the top of the comparison group after that first year of testing. Here's 8th grade writing. We are struggling, you can see, with our LEP students. Here's 8th grade science. I think you see a little bit of that rebound that we talked about before. From 5th grade to 8th grade, we saw it with math. You're seeing it here with science. Of course, in middle school, they have dedicated time for science, which is part of their period every day. There are a little bit of concerns with 8th grade science that 8th grade science is a test that actually tests grades 6, 7, and 8. It's the only cumulative test of the subjects. And since the majority of schools in Virginia, middle schools, are 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, versus here in Virginia, or in Fairfax, we generally have 7th and 8th grade. So we do know that there's likely, there are some vertical articulation issues between what's happening in the 6th grade elementary and what's happening 7th and 8th grade science in the middle, and we're going to be working on increasing that. Social studies, you can see they're relatively high scores. This is now their 3rd year of the new standards. I believe we're in the 3rd year. Let me go back to this real quick, and then I want to talk about kind of a different point to make up for you on this one. So here's our social studies comparison group, and I want you to focus on the LEP students here. You'll notice that with our LEP students on this civics, 8th grade civics test, that 69% of our LEP students passed this test. So overall, our students are at 92% if you look at the overall column for students on this. But if you really start to think about this in deeper levels, what's really happening here is that under our federal and state accountability systems, these students are expected to, even though they're by definition not proficient in English, they're taking a test that requires English proficiency. And so because of that, they're at a disadvantage right away, and there is no accommodations by either the federal or state accountability system for this sort of thing. So when they approach an assessment like this, you're going to see some of the students are going to have trouble with it. So let's show you a little different way to look at the data in this next slide. What we've done is we've taken that same data and we've broken it out, those LEP students, by their proficiency level based on WIDA. So if you look far left, those are our level 1 students who are just entering the language. You can see that they certainly have trouble and they don't perform well on this assessment, 16%. But as you get to the proficiency level, level 6A and 6B, where they are in their first year and second year of English proficiency, they're actually outperforming our general population of students. So it just makes sense as they gain their English proficiency, their achievement's going to increase. Another consideration for the board to think about as we go down the road of looking at different measures. And again, world languages, our immersion students continue to do well. So our challenges at middle school, talked quite a bit about this a little bit. Again, with science, we need some more vertical articulation is one thing that we want to look at between 6th grade and 8th grade since it is a cumulative test. For our math grade 8 students who are taking that 8th grade SOL, we really want to take a step back and work with the middle school principals to examine the models that exist in the schools. Strong teaming, thinking about how we can use science that engages students often to team with the mathematics, to pull that student back in, as well as how is the literacy and the reading courses supporting this. Looking at revising the curriculum and focus on student engagement and conceptual understanding rather than rote, drill, and kill that I think sometimes can happen in a Math 8 where they're just trying to get them through the test. Reading, we've again pinpointed some of the challenges, which are making inferences, cause and effect again, summarizing nonfiction, you'll see some of those same themes. And then writing, you can see run-on sentences, using specific vocabulary, verb tense, and the resources and professional development will focus on those. So a little different look here as we get to high school. High school has always been a look at our students as the cohort of 12th grade students. So the measures that the board have in place, that you have in place, are about those 12th grade cohort. So we're going to share it with you that way. So it's sort of our precursor to the portrait of a graduate here. This is our current graduate as of June of 2013. We had 92% graduated within 4 years. 67, or 2/3 of those students, earned the Advanced Studies diploma. We're at 96 and 97% passing the reading and writing test, which of course is a barrier to graduation. One of our goals, and it's an aspirational goal, is that students not just complete Algebra 2, but complete a course above Algebra 2. That goes a lot towards college readiness, and we have about 3/4 of our students are doing that, passing a class beyond Algebra 2. 93% are passing the USVA History SOL. 87 are passing or completing successfully chemistry and passing the test before they graduate. This is a jump from last year. We're now at 47%, almost half of our students are graduating communicatively competent in 2 different languages or more. I think last year I believe it was about 39%, so we've seen a jump. We have almost 3/4 of our students are completing an AP or IB or dual enrollment course before they graduate. And we're going to see some advanced measures in a second on that. And 35% of our graduates have 1 or more industry certifications. So that's kind of giving you a look of a snapshot of our graduates right now. So here, we wanted to include some advanced measures as well because we certainly value and want to challenge all students to their fullest potential. We are at about 2/3 of our students successfully completing Algebra 1 before leaving middle school. I think you may think back about 4 or 5 years ago, we were maybe at about 35% of our students, so we've really increased that number. 54%, over half of our students complete 3 or more advanced placement, IB, or dual enrollment courses before they graduate. And 94% of our young scholars are taking 1 or more honors AP or IB course, and 78% of them have grades of B or above. That pipeline is really working towards getting our students who generally did not access those classes in the past. A couple more for our advanced sort of looks at achievement. This was from the OEC test for schools based on the PISA. We had 70% in reading and science and 80% of our schools in math that were scoring above the US mean. If you remember, the sampling of those 10 high schools really did a nice job of almost sampling Fairfax County as a whole. They mirrored that. And then our SAT results, we are above the Virginia national average, and also according to the College Board, they're saying if students are achieving at about a 1550 cumulative score or higher, they're being very successful in college, and our average is well above that. So quickly through the high school challenges and future work. Graduation, as Dr. Presidio mentioned, with the changing requirements now for every grade level in high school have different graduation requirements coming out of VDOE over the last 4 years. So every one of them has a different set, which is a challenge for counselors. And also it's limiting their course selection, and it's putting a strain on our electives. So Dr. Presidio is going to speak more on that. Mathematics, with the class of 2014, Algebra 2 is going to not just be something you can take, it's going to be required for students for the standard diploma. I remember in 1994 when I started teaching, to graduate with a standard diploma in Fairfax County or from the state of Virginia, you did not even have to complete Algebra 1. You could take Introduction to Algebra and you could take Consumer Mathematics. So we've seen a broad change in 20 years. In CTE, to have a standard diploma, students are going to have an industry certification. And we're going to have to not only know how to track that, but we're going to have to find ways, particularly using our student learning plan, to make sure students and parents understand what track they're heading, and to make sure that we don't come to a senior year and realize that they haven't had a industry certification. Again, the electives, we really need to take a deeper look at this and the impact of a lot of different changes that have occurred over the last couple of years, including economics and personal finance requirement, some different things that have happened that are limiting student choice with the new diplomas. And in science, this is a good news story we've seen over the years of our chemistry enrollment of our subgroups, making sure that all of our students have access to chemistry, and once they get there that they're successful. And part of that is some work that the science team is working on, increasing the content knowledge of special education chemistry teachers, physics teachers, and increasing that as a whole. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Presidio to lead you through the ending.
All right, well, I certainly appreciate Craig taking us through all that data. I think more than anything, when you stand back and you see the data presented this way, it really gives you, I think, a deep appreciation for the expectations that are placed on our schools and on our teachers. So I wanted to give you one more data slide, and then this will be the end of the data slides. And this one takes an explicit look at the achievement gap. And we saw the achievement gap in those other graphs and charts that Craig showed us, but I think what you see here is the overall achievement gap picture, obviously, in reading and math. And what you'll see is that over time, our division was making very steady progress and starting to narrow and eliminate the achievement gap, more than cutting the gap in half. But what you've seen on those red and blue lines, where those lines stop and those dots start, that's where the new standards and the new SOLs were implemented. And what you see there is that break in performance and that widening, again, of the achievement gap. And I think it's really important to look at this data in this way because really and truly, the achievement gap is the biggest student achievement challenge that we face in our division. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time here as we close this report talking about some of the overarching strategies that we're employing and some of the plans that we're putting in place to try to narrow and eliminate that achievement gap. So we highlighted these at the beginning, but I wanted to say a little bit more about the work that we're actually doing. And if we're going to be successful in closing the achievement gap, we're going to need to have a focused and consistent approach across the division to improving teaching and learning. And that is, we need to be very strategic about the improvement efforts that we ask our schools to make and that we ask our teachers to make, and we need to understand that teachers cannot do everything. So we need to be very intentional and focused in our work. And I think first we need to think about the impact of these comprehensive changes that the state standards and SOLs tests have had. And we need to do a better job preparing our schools to meet those changes. So as a result, one of the things that we've done is to develop an SOL support plan. And these strategies, are pretty much common sense if you just get right down to it, but we need to implement them with intentionality. And first, what we're trying to do in our support plan is really assist schools in analyzing their results and making sense of those content standards and concepts that students really struggled on those tests the most. We're not talking about preparing and prepping and test prepping kids. We're saying, what are those content standards and concepts that kids are really struggling with? Because if you look at the increased rigor of our test, and Craig did a very good job of pointing out some of those big ideas where our students are struggling in the different content areas, those are important concepts that kids need to have mastery of to be successful. And what we need to do is help schools think about where is it that their students are getting stuck and what can we do to help them. So next we need to provide more focused curriculum and resources to help our teachers, help students master those particular skills. We need to ensure that we're providing the professional development that we are providing is really focused on high yield instructional strategies for teaching those concepts. And we need to customize the supports to our schools. We have 200 schools in Fairfax County. They don't all have, obviously, the same needs. So we need to start to think about customization in Fairfax County, and particularly providing more support to the schools where their students are really most at risk. Second, we need new strategies to close the achievement gap, and we've shared with the board some initial components of our new plan around closing the achievement gap. We have the strategic framework for closing the gap with evidence-based strategies that contain measurable goals for closing the gap. And we're also asking schools to use that division framework to develop their own site-based plans for closing the gap. And I think more than anything, here we need to understand that some students are going to need additional time and additional support to achieve at the levels of standard that we're asking them to. And one of the things that we can do to make sure that we're identifying those students is implement strong responsive instruction programs in our schools. And responsive instruction programs really provide tools to identify students that are struggling early and to provide them with targeted instruction and targeted supports to help meet their learning needs. And I think if we have responsive instruction programs in all of our schools, we're going to see dramatic results in terms of student achievement. Third, we need to ensure that all of our teachers are prepared with the skills and strategies to meet students' learning needs. And I want to state that training and professional development are critical elements of school improvement efforts. We certainly understand that they can be costly and time-intensive, so we need to be very judicious and very intentional in the plans that we develop. And we're trying to be very cost-effective in how we deliver training. So one of the things that we've done is to develop an instructional improvement focus for the division. And that focus really allows us to be intentional about the kinds of learning experiences and the kinds of skills that we want our students to develop. And really focus on those kinds of skills, those higher order thinking skills that we say as a division are important when we talk about 21st century learning, and also that are being more tested on the SOLs. Another thing that the instructional improvement focus allows us to do is to focus our professional development efforts across the division. That means everybody focused on the same work instead of lots of different improvement agendas. Another thing that we're working on is a literacy framework. And the idea here is to be able to provide schools with more resources and evidence-based strategies that they can use to support early literacy performance in the schools. And I think, as we would all agree, strong literacy skills obviously are necessary. It's a foundation of success for student learning. And I think we need to do more in our literacy efforts in the division. Fourth is, obviously we know we've got equity and fiscal challenges with being able to deliver world language programming in all of our schools. So we've initiated a working group of community members and stakeholders, internal school division stakeholders, to really examine our delivery models for world languages and to develop cost-effective models to be able to scale up high-quality world language programming and to be able to deliver that to all of our students in all of our schools. And then finally, we've talked about some of these state mandates that really are challenging our division in quite a few ways. And I think first, we need to make sure that we have a very strong legislative agenda and package, because as we know, some of the changes that the state is giving, increasing the amount of weight and credibility that are given to standardized assessments, does not match with many of the things that we've heard from the board about our own internal accountability expectations. So one of the things that I'm very excited about is the work of a Portrait of a Graduate, an idea that Dr. Garza brought to our division, I think, at a very opportune time. And I would like to close talking a little bit about our future direction and where we might be headed. So, as you know, we've currently got a process in place to develop a Portrait of a Graduate. We've got over 70 community stakeholders and school division members working to develop this. We had a meeting today of about 4 hours with that working group that was very productive, and I think we're developing some exciting work. And the idea with the Portrait of a Graduate is to be able to articulate very clearly the kinds of attributes that we would want our graduates to have. You know, things like being an effective communicator, an effective problem solver. These are some of the things that we would anticipate seeing as outcomes for our students when they leave our system. And I think that will give us an opportunity to really think about how would we, or to think next about how would we measure those attributes, right? Because if critical thinking skills are one of the qualities that we want our students to develop, well, how do you go about measuring critical thinking skills? You probably need to think beyond a standardized assessment, and that gives us lots of opportunities to think about alternative assessment measures. So I think this task is going to be challenging, but I think it's very exciting work, and it leads us right into the work that I think all of us want to do in terms of thinking about alternative assessment measures. So what I've tried to do on this slide is just provide a few examples of where we might begin some of this work. One of the things I think we need to think about is performance-based assessment. We talked a little bit about that with our Global Technology Awareness Project. That's one example. The portfolio work that we're trying to initiate in fine arts. But that's really just scratching the surface. We can do a lot more with portfolio-based assessment in capstone projects and presentations where students have to demonstrate and really be able to prove their learning mastery in a very authentic, relevant, and meaningful way. Another thing that we can think about is we can still think about standardized assessments, and we can think about them perhaps a little bit differently. We can consider using standardized assessments that maybe match and assess 21st century skills better than our current SOLs might. And one example, again, is the OECD test for schools that Craig talked about a few moments ago. Next year, our high schools are going to participate. We had a subset of high schools, but all of our high schools are going to look to participate in next year's assessment. And I think it's a very exciting opportunity for us to think about, you know, here's an assessment that requires students, again, to apply their knowledge, their performance tasks in that assessment. And it allows us an opportunity for international benchmarking, which is something that we haven't really had the opportunity to look at in the past. So I think there are a number of opportunities that are really well within our reach. And I think the Portrait of a Graduate, when it's completed, will give us a great platform to move to that next step in terms of really thinking about what would we want those alternative assessment measures to look like. So I'm very excited about this work. I'd just like to end just very briefly. I know we've covered an awful lot of ground here. That's a lot of time to listen passively and receive a report. So what I'd like to do is have my colleagues join me, and we would invite any questions, any comments from the board, and I appreciate your patience with the presentation tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Presidio. And of course, we'll accept any and all questions, only with the time limitations. We got about 70 minutes left. If you divide 70 by 12, it's about 6 minutes per person. So on the first round, I will limit to 4 minutes per person, and then for the follow-up, the maximum 2 minutes. Mr. Stork, you want to start out? Mrs. Strauss.
Okay, thank you. This is a Herculean effort, and I thank all of those who worked so hard to put this all together in one report. This is a tremendous amount of information. First, a couple of observations. I have heard that the Bridge to Kindergarten was incredibly successful this year, and even with the tough budget, I know people and principals are particularly looking to try to figure out how we can continue that program. I've heard every principal who's had that. And when the data that you presented, the profile of our kindergarten students coming into the school system is startling. And so clearly all the work that we can do to help students be ready for kindergarten is just very important. I was pleased to see how we have re-benchmarked the grade 2 math reasoning assessment. I think that's a wise piece, and as I understand, that's a very interesting assessment and gives us a lot of important information. I was glad to see the Young Scholars program. It is really helping to feed the pipeline. So again, as we look at the needs of kindergarten students coming in, that Young Scholars program would be very important. Once again, looking overall, the longer children are with us, particularly our children who come to us with needs, who are learning English, etc., the longer they're with us, the better they do. That's something we have seen forever. One question. The requirement on the standard diploma for Algebra 2, I think that's a mistake by the state. I'm very sorry to see that, and I don't know if you can enlighten us as to why the state is requiring that. I don't see how that is going to be a plus for our kids trying to get a standard diploma given the challenges. Or it might put you in a tough spot.
Well, no, but trying to get inside the head of our legislative body is always difficult, and to speak for them would obviously be impossible. I would say that, you know, with the raising of the standards and the Common Core standards across the country, most states obviously have adopted the Common Core, that you're seeing that trend much more in terms of adopting that as a standard. Interestingly enough, though, right now we're also seeing states that have had that policy in place backing off of that policy because of some of the implementation challenges and some of the unintended consequences for students. So I think it's a very interesting policy question, and that's probably the best I could do for you right now, though, on that. Sorry.
May I add to that? I think some of the conversation, Dr. Presidio, around those what you just said, is a lot of states have created graduation plans that are a one-size-fits-all, assuming every student's going to a four-year university. And I think some states have woken up and said, you know what? We're not doing the right things for students. We need to give more than one way to get a high school diploma. And I hope those kind of conversations begin here, but I think this is kind of a one-size-fits-all approach.
I think we're setting kids up to fail. I like all the ideas on the capstone projects and Portrait of the Graduate. Tammy and I have been in that. It's been very exciting work. And our push for other ways of looking at how do we assess really the higher level skills. So I think that this helps to propel us, I think, to the next chapter where we all hope we're going. So again, thank you very much. Tremendous amount of work. The graphs are great. And we all are learning how to read those better. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Strauss. I have Mr. Anna Koufax to be followed by Mr. Stork and Ms. Hines. Mr. Anna Koufax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for your hard work in putting this together. I know the news is not really where we want it to be, but I guess what we have to do is we all have to be mindful that we are in a period of transitions, a transition with changing standards as well as a transition in our student demographics. And I guess when we need to, these are comments right now, and then I have two questions. So when we begin talking about developing new strategies to meet our set metrics, I think we have to be very mindful, as I know you will be, of the teacher workload, because a lot of it is, you know, professional learning opportunities for them. And we have to make sure that we work with them so they're they're cognizant and they're, buying into these strategies. But I also think we have to, put in place strategies where children are going to really embrace learning, because the kill and drill, we hear a lot, particularly when kids get to late middle school and high school, about how that's damaging their love of learning. And so we're responsible to help continue to allow that to happen. And again, like in my district, I really can't stress the impact that the changing student profile is bringing. You talked tonight about how 29% of our children are now living at or below poverty currently, and this year, the new kindergartners that are coming in, 32% are receiving free and reduced meals, and 39% are now, English is their second language. And this really does have a great impact in our overall learning and provides real challenges to our system. So I think as we move forward, we all have to be mindful of that and understand that, we have to be creative on how we address this. I thank you, Dr. Presidio, for mentioning the need to customize and the need to provide different strategies for different schools, as well as looking into performance assessments in a deeper way, because I think that will help, and that will help in the strategies to close the gap. So I guess my first question is, and I know kind of the answers, but in a ballpark. You mentioned, more specific strategies about the gap and things like that will come as we get the portrait of a graduate. So more specifically, when do you think you'll have the plan outlined? Like early next year, early 2014, after the portrait of the graduate?
Just to clarify, you mean our framework for closing the
Yes,
achievement gap?
correct.
We have most of that work done now.
Okay.
And we were able to share a little bit, just a brief preview at the work session recently.
Tipping point study,
but that
yes.
was not the whole framework,
Right.
as you know. So what we're currently working on with that framework is actually setting the goals and the targets. So I think we're pretty good with our strategies, the major strategies that we want to implement, from targeted supports for student achievement, relationships, parent and community engagement, early childhood learning. I think we're pretty good in terms of having a very good subset of strategies that we want to employ. What we're trying to do now is to set some measurable targets that we would want to hit over a 3 to 5 year period of time. And I think you're right that there are a lot of pieces of work that are coming together at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So while we're working on a portrait of a graduate, while we're thinking about strategic planning, right, a lot of these pieces will come together. But we can get you more information just about the strategies that we have in the plan if you'd like to have those now.
Sure, I would love that. And my second question, kind of comment, is when we talk about metrics to measure student success, we know there's a lot, that's going to take a lot of hard work. But the one thing that I liked, like the one data point where you mentioned for young scholars, you talked about how many of them were taking advanced courses and what their grades were. I think those kind of data points are important. But could we even consider going further when we're looking at, say, at AP and IB scores, classes taken, and grades given, like comparing the two, like, if you got a 5 on an IB exam, were you getting an A in that class? Or the converse, if, you got an A in the class, but you only got a 2 on the exam, that speaks volumes as to, are we teaching the content the right way? So I would like those kind of data points highlighted in subsequent reports, or consideration of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we can do, and we have access to the information. Teachers have access to that kind of information, but we haven't included it in this report because those weren't approved measures that way, but those could be future measures that we could work with the board.
Exactly,
Yeah.
future. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Stork to be followed by Ms. Hines and Mr. Valcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. One, a couple comments at the beginning as well. First off, I think the Algebra 2 requirement is wrong, and that's a mistake, and we need to advocate, on this board's behalf to change that. And I guess, ultimately, I don't know if it's truly a legislative issue, or if it's the State Board of Education, but we can have that discussion a little bit later. I think the flip side of that is we are clearly needing to address the issue of industry certification. We recognize that, and even in this county, which has a very high participation rate with 4-year schools, less than half of our kids actually graduate from a 4-year school. So all the more reason for industry certification being a core part of that. And we have 35% is where we are now. We clearly have plenty of room to go up, to go greater than that. And I think a 60 or 70% target wouldn't be unreasonable, except for the fact that they don't have enough elective space to be able to do those things, which ties back into the Algebra 2, the financial literacy issue, which we all as a board feel very strongly is wrong. That should be an 8th grade. Our 8th grade curriculum should address that, but we have a couple battles that we need to be fighting on behalf of our students here, that the State Board of Education is clearly out of touch with what our needs are in Fairfax County. The tie-in to advanced academic performance, clearly we made some progress over the years, and obviously we are very pleased with that, but we know we've had some challenges the last couple of years. I know that we have to, again, increase our focus. I know, Dr. Garza, that's been one of the things that you've particularly focused on in our conversations, and I appreciate that. But another tie-in to that, in my mind, is what we're doing with literacy and particularly reading. I was pleased to see the DRA and those kind of improvements in our focus there. But I'm going to kind of go that next step, which is we have students who clearly we need to make sure by 3rd grade they're reading there, but we have lots of students who aren't reading there at 5th grade, 7th grade, 9th grade, 11th grade. And what I mean by that is I think we're looking at least within 2 years of grade level reading is kind of the minimum that I hear people talk about. And I know we don't truly do the assessments that maybe we should to look at that and try to address those kids. So that's my perception. There is a question here in just a minute. And then the last point I wanted to make had to do with the science curriculum. And I've raised this issue in the past as well. We have had, my understanding is, had a different approach to science. Our project-based learning is something I think we're very proud of. I know I'm very proud of. I think it's a core part of teaching the love of science and interest. And it's kind of that, not that mile wide, inch deep stuff. It's kind of that, mile deep, maybe a few inches wide, because we think it helps develop a love and appreciation for science. So I'd like to have you comment on really 2 things. One is the literacy and how we're addressing that on through the years. How do we ensure that those kids who are either reading well or not reading well, how we're assessing that as we go along. And then science curriculum, if you have any comments about what we're doing versus others, because our results, at least by 5th grade or state measures, are not consistent with what we would expect for our students. Thank you.
So I'll give you just a brief response on literacy, and then Myra can respond on the science question. One of the things that I mentioned is our current work on a literacy framework. And the idea with the literacy framework is to get very intentional again and say, not just around assessment, but what kind of curriculum do we need to ensure that we use with our students? What types of instructional strategies do we need to ensure that we use with students that are struggling? When we've identified those kids that are below grade level, what are those specific actions that we need to take to ensure that those students are going to make success? And what kind of system do we employ across the division with consistency to be able to do that? Because we have some schools that I visit that have amazing literacy programs, and you would want to see those kinds of learning experiences replicated across the division. So one of our challenges has been to really think about, in those model schools, how do we capture really the work that they're doing and the practices that they're employing and make that very explicit and transparent to our other schools, and to be able to support them in replicating those kinds of experiences. So that's the intention with the literacy framework, is to get very explicit about, how we teach early literacy. And then, we can map that up and talk more about what we do at the upper grades and at the middle school and at the high school as well. But we're very, very focused right now intentionally on early literacy and making sure that we're putting a framework in place, to make sure that we've got those kind of programs consistently in all of our schools. And then, not just from obviously an instructional standpoint, but from a leadership standpoint too. Helping our principals really understand, when a new principal comes into a building, here are the resources that you have, from curriculum resources to personnel resources. And here are the high yield strategies about how to use those resources really well. And how can we work with our leaders in buildings to be able to do that as well. So that's really the work of the literacy framework. And I think that we'll see some good outcomes from that. And I'll let Myra respond on science.
We had some schools that have a 100% pass rate on the 5th grade SOL test, and we have some that dropped a little bit, like we would expect with a new set of standards, and we have some that dropped a whole lot. And the ones that we saw that dropped a whole lot were also those schools that were struggling to do well in language arts and mathematics. And primarily, they are having a hard time finding time in the schedule to do those hands-on types of materials that we want them to do. So what ends up happening is that teachers do demonstrations or do it, or have them read it quickly or don't spend the time doing it. And the challenge for us is to make sure that they feel empowered and have everything they need so that they can actually give the students the type of experiences that we want them to have in science. And I think what this year did was it made evident where we were able to kind of just go along with the way the older test was written, and we were doing okay. And suddenly we had a test that was really forcing us to look more deeply into the content. Kids had far more complicated questions that they had to answer. And so what we, in schools where we hadn't really been utilizing all of those materials and doing all the inquiry the way we really needed to be able to do it, those schools are the ones that we saw the biggest drop in. We just have to help them get back up and use the materials, do the inquiry, do what we want kids to be able to do in science. And that's going to take some time. They're excited to go about doing it. We're offering the help school by school, the way the teachers feel they need it, where they need it. The other tricky thing for 5th grade is it is a test on both 4th and 5th grade content. Science is the only content area that both in 5th and 8th grade covers multiple years of content. And so in 4th grade, when there isn't a science test, and we're so focused on language arts and mathematics in some of those schools, and social studies because that's tested, those 5th grade teachers feel like they have to do a lot of the 4th grade content for science because those students didn't get it. They were able to do that before. So we had master teachers who had been able to cover a lot of 4th and 5th grade content in 1 year before, but now with the new test, the level of understanding that those students needed was much higher. And they found that doing that coverage the way they had done it in the past and had been successful on the old test wasn't successful on the new test. Because the students really have to understand the content. And the content in 4th grade test and the content in 5th grade test are entirely separate. So it's not like I can just build on it a little bit. So the teachers are having to adjust as well to things that had been okay before. Now with this new assessment system, didn't work out to be okay. So we're all shifting a little bit, figuring out how we need to do it, but doing it in such a way that we really want to maintain that idea that students get the hands-on experience and the inquiry and really get a chance to explore. And in schools where they have a lot of LEP students or students learning English, they're finding that kids are actually doing better if they get a chance to do the science part because it's so hands-on and the materials are all there. But that's kind of scary too if you're so afraid that those students aren't going to do well and then to jump into this. So it's just going to take us a little time and we'll get everybody back.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Ms. Hines to be followed by Mr. Velkop and Mr. Schurz and Ms. Evans. Ms. Hines.
Yes, thank you all so much. There's a lot of work obviously went into this. It's odd, maybe it's just my impatience, but as a board member, I almost want to apologize to you guys and to teachers and students and really to the community at large that we continue to ask for SOL score data as our primary measure of student achievement, almost 90%. And I feel like we're kind of starting to talk out of both sides of our mouths about this. You know, we tell Richmond that their tests are not good enough for us. They're unreliable, they're unfair, they're unpredictable, not worthy of our schools or our kids, and yet we continue to require student achievement reports from staff based on what I understand is like a 7-year-old formula that relies very heavily on SOL scores. So even though this is, in my estimation, the most important thing that we do, our most important responsibility as a board is to define, measure, and report out to the community student academic achievement, we haven't really thought about it or talked about it in any meaningful way in 7 years. And I actually think it's kind of irresponsible for us to be still using these 7-year-old standards, but I understand that it takes a while for things to change. And I want to thank Dr. Garza and her team and all the volunteer members of the Portrait of a Graduate Task Force for making strides toward better measures, because I think that is probably one of the major things that will come out of that work. At least I'm hoping. And I feel like you all are working hard to deliver on our rhetoric, but we continue to have a responsibility here as a board. And I think that, nothing good will come of it unless this board takes some action to change what we're asking of you. And I think that has to happen soon. I mean, I really want this board to send a different message so that this time next year we are looking at a different kind of report. And I know that's tough. So what we also have this problem of we give people way too much work, right? And so one of the things that I am concerned about in the meantime is there's a lot in here, and I look at slides 16, 24, 41. There are a few places in the report where we talk about sort of next steps. And it sounds to me, or what I worry about, is that we're going to be asking teachers to do sort of the same old thing that we've been asking them to do, which is, well, you've got a new, more rigorous test, so you need to do all that scaffolding and spiraling and all that stuff that actually raises the hair on the back of my neck as a classroom teacher, because I know how that plays out or can play out in reality in a classroom, that you've got a certain group of kids that is constantly in that hot seat, where they're always having to be assessed and remediated and assessed and remediated. And, I know we don't want to teach to the test, but I'm worried that, we're at the same time we're asking people to continue to do more of that, we're asking people to come up with better ways. So we're going to be developing a 4 C's kind of a curriculum, right? But we're going to be preparing kids for a very not 4 C's kind of test regimen, right? I mean, the SOLs don't test the things that, they don't measure the things that we really want to be teaching. And so I guess my question, and I'm getting to it, is, I mean, do you think that we can focus on the 4 C's and on developing this new way of teaching and assessing, and can we also do all this extra meeting the requirements of the new, more rigorous SOL test? Can we do them both at the same time?
Well, I mean, that's certainly a very complex question. I would start by I just would like to clarify a little bit. I don't want to give anybody the impression that we're suggesting that we would want that our improvement strategy would be to teach to the test or to teach test prep. In fact, it's just the opposite. What we really want to ensure that we're doing is to look at those skills and content standards that students are struggling with and make sure we understand where our students are struggling and how we can support them. And that's not a nuanced, kind of answer or difference, because I think what you'll find when we actually do that analysis is what we actually see is that it's those higher order thinking skills oftentimes that are assessed on the SOLs where our students are struggling and where that achievement gap has really widened and expanded. We were getting pretty good at getting students to the basic competency and basic proficiency level. But when we raise the bar and ask them to demonstrate their understanding in different ways, even if it's just a technology enhanced item, for example, that might have some complexity with multiple options for answers, there's more complexity in that and our students struggle. So when we look at our English performance, for example, and we see that students are struggling with cause and effect or summarizing or making inferences, those are important literacy skills that students need to have, and we need to make sure that we're teaching those skills and that we're supporting our students in developing those skills. So what we're really trying to do is we're really trying to narrow the focus and narrow the field for teachers and say, these are the big ideas that are important ideas where our students are struggling. How can we help you teach that in a different way? By providing resources, by providing supports that will allow you to meet students' needs in that way. And then when we move beyond that, because there's a step beyond that as well, which is where we really get to, well, what does critical thinking really look like? That's a little bit different maybe than just summarizing some text that you've read. Now that requires you to analyze and to reason and to present perhaps your own point of view on the material. That's not something that our SOLs do a good job of assessing. So that's where we have to look at alternative measures, right? So I think we do have to do both, but in order to do both, we've got to be able to shrink down the focus that we're asking our teachers to focus on a little bit. And there's a lot of complexity in this, there's no question about that. But I'm confident that we're doing some of the right work to begin that. And I think that we'll see good results both on our student achievement goals and our SOL results. And I think if we come up with those alternative measures that really ask the question, you know, how do we assess some of these other skills that we're talking about, like critical thinking, that we'll be able to develop some appropriate measures of those as well. So it's complex, but I think it's something that, you know, we're moving in the right direction on.
Okay, thank you.
Am I done, Mr. Moon?
For the time being. Mr. Velkoff, Mrs. Schurz, and Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Presidio and the entire leadership team. I love having this single report. I think this is really great. I have so many questions. I won't be able to. I'll do my best to stay within my time here. So one thing I want to start with is, you know, we talk about how the SOL tests have changed the level of rigor. Okay, now once in a while I get cynical and I think rigor is sort of a code word for making things harder so that more schools will fail, so that we will now have reason to privatize them or turn them into charter schools or whatnot. But at the same time, as I was reading this report, you know, I was actually trying to pick up that maybe there's actually something positive about what the state is trying to do, and for that matter, the Common Core. So could you just comment very briefly on the actual direction that the Common Core tangentially and the SOLs are going? I mean, is there some baby in there that we don't want to throw out with the bathwater?
Without getting into a whole lot of speculation on the alignment of the Common Core and the Virginia standards, obviously Virginia being one of the 4 states not to adopt the Common Core, in developing their own standards, I actually think there's quite a bit of similarity between the Common Core standards and the Virginia standards. And again, mostly what you're looking at, again, is, yes, rigor has a lot of different interpretations, but mostly what you're looking at, again, is trying to raise that level of assessment item and the level of student knowledge to really move kind of up this hierarchy of student skills. So to kind of move from conceptual knowledge into understanding, move up that ladder so that you're starting to think about how do you assess student reasoning and application of knowledge, right, and demonstration of knowledge in different ways. It's hard to do that on standardized assessments. I think that the Common Core, there's a number of different Common Core assessment consortiums right now that are kind of struggling with this issue. And I think Virginia's SOLs, we see the same thing. Some of it is good, right? Some of that work is good in terms of the types of skills that we're trying to privilege now. But in terms of how you actually assess that and whether you get a valid and reliable assessment that can really measure that skill, that's a whole different question. And I think that's where a lot of the frustration on the part of many educators really comes in, is that what we're trying to do in terms of measuring the skills makes a lot of sense, but we don't always have the type of assessment items that really give us accurate information about that. And I think that's where some of the disconnect starts to come in.
So a related question, can you give me a thumbnail sketch of NAEP, NAEP? Because my understanding is it uses sampling. There's no way that you can prepare for those tests, and they're normalized. I mean, they can be compared statewide, you know, across states. Just for my understanding.
So I don't know if Kathy's prepared to answer that question or not. I was hoping she was going to join us over here, our director from the Office of Student Testing. She might be able to help us with a more statistically...
I can accept that as a follow-up answer. That's fine. I'm just kind of curious, just trying to educate myself. When we were discussing the achievement gap, and you know, many of us here are very concerned about you know, offering pre-K and enhancing the opportunities to kids before they get here. I just would like to get some assurance that since we have kids that we are educating before they get to kindergarten, and they're coming into our system, and we're making claims that when they have that opportunity before they get here, but that by the time that they're seniors, that there's going to be a big difference. So I just want some reassurance that we're collecting data, some longitudinal data about these kids, and at some point, you know, the presentation of that kind of information would be fascinating. Mr. Moon, is my time up here?
You got another minute and a half, maximum 6 minutes. That's okay.
One more?
Please.
One more question for now. And it has to do with the diploma requirements. There was an interesting discussion that got going about, you know, really whether just our whole model of diplomas is antiquated and needs to be rethought. And I guess what's also going on in my mind is, you know, do we really need a year of physics, a year of chemistry, a year of algebra 2, or semesters? Again, I'm just thinking out loud, but does the curriculum for the kids need more variety and less focus on one thing? I'm sorry I'm not being very clear, but if you care to comment, you may, and if you don't want to comment, we'll go on.
Maybe just a very brief comment. I mean, I think, you know, the American high school is a very traditional system, right? So there are a lot of things that you can envision that are very innovative, and oftentimes you kind of butt up to that traditional system in terms of how we grant credit, how we award credit, how credit is recognized at the university system. And I think the American high school, because of, you know, that last stop before college or before the workforce, oftentimes is one of the harder institutions for us to innovate in. But I think you raised some interesting questions, and I'd be happy to, you know, discuss that with you a little bit further as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schwartz to be followed by Ms. Evans and Mrs. Smith and Mr. McElveen.
I think it's very interesting to listen to how my different colleagues ask you questions. I'm going to be a little bit more specific, just because I have some specific questions. Could we go to slide 22, please? Whoever has the magic button. Okay, so I have a question. We see a baseline of 72% and a target of 90%. And this says that the percent of grade 6 world language students who meet or exceed expectations on performance assessments. Are the performance assessments for immersion students the same as the performance assessments for FLES students?
Yes, the performance assessments that are used at the elementary level is called the Junior PALS, and PALS stands for Performance Assessment for Language Students. And they are speaking and writing performance assessments scored with rubrics, and they are the same assessments used for both FLES students and immersion students.
So if I look at this, what this is saying is that we're getting, I don't know, I couldn't calculate that, but maybe 75% of the efficacy that the instrument sets for expectation out of 60 minutes of instruction a week, then why are we doing immersions? I mean, if we can get there to 75% with just 60 minutes a week, or is the instrument maybe not the right instrument? Because I would expect a student that's in an immersion program daily, I mean, this is immersion, to be way outperforming foreign language, familiarization through FLES.
So the bar is a very high bar, and these are the percent of students that meet or exceed those standards. Okay. So the group that exceeds the standards you see for the immersion is much higher than the FLES students. The goal is communicative competency for all students at this level. And with half a day every day, the immersion students move much more rapidly and quickly towards that goal of total communicative competency. Both of these programs lay a solid foundation for the students as they continue up the grade levels and work towards full communicative competency by the time they graduate from high school.
I'm just going to say that this chart to me is startling because the cost of an immersion program and what I would think we would be getting as a return on investment for those students, I would expect to see a much greater outperformance. I'm surprised that they're that close. So I will probably ask some follow-up questions at some point about this. Can we also go to, please, slides, you can pick 27, 28, 29, or 30. Surprise us. Which one is it? This is 28. Okay, so 28. And the reason I picked all of those in succession is because, you know, we're kind of measuring the same things here. And it's not going to be a surprise that I'm going to bring up once again that it's the students with disabilities that are the lowest performing students in every category. And this is what is concerning. When you look at them, if you look at that category compared to all students, you know, it's often half of all students. It's far below the subgroups. And, you know, I don't know how much longer, you know, we can tolerate 14% of our students performing at half the rate of the total population. You know, I mean, this is always a startling column to me because I don't think that we quite focus enough on it, that 14% of FCPS students fall in that category. And, you know, if you've got 81, you know, we've got all performing at 81 and students with disabilities performing at 40, you know, we're at less than half. So there is something that we're not doing that's not allowing us, and whatever it is that we're going to have to focus, whether it's budget, Ms. Dockery and I tried to work on it, Dr. Dockery and I tried to work on it last year, and that amendment didn't go forward, getting some additional monies in for remediation. There's something that has to be done to address this. And it's not that we don't have to do it for the subgroups, but it's startling. And then I'm watching one last question, slides 36. This is a short question. We have on here on what the IB and AP, 54% of the high school students successfully complete 3 or more AP, IB, or dual enrollment courses. For me as a board member, it's very difficult to see language like successfully complete. I don't know what that means. Does successfully complete mean they didn't fail the course? Does successfully complete mean they got an A or a B? Does successfully complete mean the course grade that they got there's a correlation with the test score? What kind of test score did they get? Did they take the test? I don't know what this means. And because we focus on this a lot, and because the question of who's going to pay for IB tests, who's going to pay for AP tests, that's all of that is in this. Is there a definition for at least this one line of what successfully complete means for our edification?
Yes, I can answer that. The approved measure for successfully completing the AP or IB is passing the class. The scores, often we don't get them until the fall. With IB, by the time they're cleaned up and we're certain of the percentage, and we work closely with the DIT department to get those. But as defined on the measures, it's that. And I think that speaks a little bit to what Ms. Darren at COFAX talked about, maybe looking in the future at grades and scores together.
All I would say is that for me to hear a student taking 3 or more AP or IB or dual enrollment courses, that the standard of successfully complete is pass, which means you could just substitute it and say they didn't fail the course. That is not a tangible thing that has meaning to me, and that, I think, along with what Ms. Hines said, I think in some ways we ask too much, but on the things that we do ask, I think that it needs to be more tangibly meaningful.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next one, next board member, Ms. Evans, to be followed by Mrs. Smith and Mr. McElveen.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank Dr. Garza and Dr. Presidio and your team for this report. I do like the way that it's laid out here because we can get a really great overall perspective as opposed to just pieces at a time, and so I think you all have done a great job of bringing this to us, so thank you very much. I do see a number of things that I really enjoy seeing here, the high number of students that have advanced diplomas that leave here, about 2/3 of them do. The number of students who are taking AP and IB courses and dual enrollment that shows a good success in having our students taking high-level courses. And of course, I agree with Mr. Stork that we have a ways to go, but the fact that more than 1/3 of our graduates leave here with an industry certification, that is one thing that where we can give our students real-life skills. And I know we're working hard to increase our numbers there as well. One of the things I was very happy to see here was the piece on attendance. That is absolutely a critical piece, particularly when we know that this affects our graduation rates, which we have a very strong focus on. I was very interested to see the figures on school by school, and was very interested to see what happens in 8th grade. If you look at the page 86, how that's a lower rate on a school-by-school basis than either elementary school or high school. And I'm just wondering if we've drawn any conclusions from that. It's just very interesting to see that it's not a direct progression as they go from K through 12, but there's that significant dip. And do you have any initial conclusions as to attendance as a result of that? Attendance strategies.
I think Marianne Panarelli is here. She probably is the best situated to answer that question, so she's coming just a second.
Oh, wonderful. Hello, Dr. Panarelli.
So in terms of attendance strategies that are proactive before students begin to struggle with attendance, is that the base of your question?
I'm looking at the chart about 3rd grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, and 12th grade, and at least on the school-by-school basis, it shows that there's not that there's more success at the elementary level and of the seniors. And I'm just wondering if we've drawn any conclusions, and if we haven't, we haven't. It would be an area to explore then if we haven't looked at this.
What I would say is that in terms of the elementary, middle, high school, if you just looked at high school by itself without 12th graders, it is a trend that's seen across the country. In other words, elementary students typically have better attendance, and it tends to go down as kids get to high school. I think that the fact that our seniors have relatively good attendance may speak to the fact that we have such high rates of students going to college that at that point they are trying to improve their grades, point, et cetera, so that they're more competitive in a college environment. Across the board, I would say at our schools, overall, we have excellent attendance. We have a group of students at each school that make up the students with poor attendance that often have very, very poor attendance, and that's the group we've really been trying to focus our attention on.
Okay. And I see that you've done it at the school by school, and does that suggest that we think that it's school policies that we need to be looking at? Does this
at this point we have a group that is looking at what trends we see. Again, some of it tends to track along the same patterns that we see across the board. So the same schools that have attendance problems are the schools that have lower achievement, are the schools that have higher percentages of kids on free and reduced lunch. And so we're looking for any abnormalities in that that wouldn't track directly along that, but most of our efforts have been more looking at the students holistically and trying to see what it is about their environments, both at school and at home, that we could possibly impact.
And I see that you you talk about Check and Connect as one of the new initiatives. I would be interested in hearing more about this and what it talks in here about how it connects its relationships. Is it basically a relationship?
It is a
based?
very structured and focused program to develop relationships. It's a very structured form of mentoring and very data-driven in terms of are the mentoring tools that you're utilizing being effective in changing the behavior. So there's very structured sorts of conversations that you're having with the student about attendance in particular, and grades and involvement, engagement in school. So it's a much more structured program than sort of mentoring in general. And typically the way we've been utilizing it, in part because of an awareness of the demand on teachers, we've been utilizing it with our social workers and our psychologists, working with individual students who have really extremely difficult attendance patterns. They've missed 20 days of school, 30 days of school, 40 days of school. So we've reached out to those really significant kids and have seen excellent results, but it is again, a training, and there's a cost associated with this particular program and implementing it.
Okay.
So we wanted to try it and then track our own data to see whether we got the same things that nationally have been gotten in the research studies that have been done, and if so, then expand it.
I would love to follow that, because I think the relationship piece is certainly important. And I know I don't have too much more time.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
I have no more time. All right, then
You got no more
I
time.
will go back. Thank
All
you.
right. Mr. Smith, to be followed by Mr. McElveen.
Thank you, Chairman Moon. I was really excited to hear you talk about the literacy framework, and that will get to the high school piece. Is it something that you're going to start first developing in elementary school and move forward, and it's going to take time? What's the implementation going to be?
Well, really what we're looking at this point is a resource to schools. So we're in the developmental stages of this work. We've got some principals that we're going to work with as kind of a focus group that we're going to work with after the holiday break to help us really kind of refine this tool and make sure that it's very, user-friendly for schools. And then again, like everything, there is an implementation kind of cost to things if you are going to train people on how to use a resource. So we really need to think about, how we will roll that out. But one of the things that we are trying to focus on, in the very early stages, is at the elementary level to make sure that we're getting our students off to a very strong start there. So that's really our primary area of focus right now, is at the elementary level. We have materials and we have resources at the secondary level as well, but this new work is really more focused on in the elementary level at this time.
The other thing that you talked about, and I guess it's always been a concern at the third grade level, you're giving these kids tests and now they're online. And Craig, one of the things you talked about, we see kids as they go through the grades start to do better. And I guess listening to some of my colleagues' comments, you think of the learning piece as opposed to the test prep piece, and how you kind of tease out where is it really the effect of the test-taking skills for the kids that is making it seem like they don't have the knowledge base, but really if a teacher was testing them a different way, they understand the material. I don't know how much we can understand that issue.
I mean, it's hard to understand that at scale, but I think that's where we really have to respect teacher judgment quite a lot too, to be honest with you. If teachers are assessing those content standards and have confidence in their students' ability in the classroom, I think we need to have confidence in their results. But at the same time, we have accountability measures at the state level, and we have accreditation of our schools. So we need to make sure that that classroom knowledge translates at the end of the day to those accountability assessments as well. That's where we want to provide teachers with the resources and the opportunities to make sure that students are comfortable in that testing environment. So we talked a little bit about, the new online format of tests. I would expect that students, confronted with that testing environment for the first time might struggle with it. So we need to make sure that there are practice items that schools can use to make sure that students are familiar with how to manipulate, a drag and drop assessment item. We need to do some work there too. But obviously we have to get the balance right and respect teacher judgment about what's happening in the classroom as well.
I guess one of my frustrations is that third graders get tested in so much. You would think that you would focus on reading and math in third grade and build up later. And I don't know if that's an advocacy we need to have, to be rational about how much of that testing we want kids to take. Thank you.
Mr. McApin.
Thank you all. I really do like this format, getting it all in one bulk piece. I don't know who's was that you, Karen, that advocated for this, or Sloan did it? Or? Well, it's a great piece. My only concern is that there's an errant comma on the front page, and if you can find it, Ms. Smith will take you to lunch. Okay. It's one of the top 5 grammar mistakes, by the way, actually.
Our language arts coordinator admonished me that we had that on there, trust me.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad to see we're paying attention. So I guess overall, I would like to comment a bit on what Ms. Hines said, because she's right that this is not where we're going, but I think it is what we've asked you to do this past year. So I think over the coming year, as you know, we're going to be looking for something different. And one of my key concerns is that I want to see in the future equal focus on what some might call the core, which makes up the bulk of this, and our foreign languages, our fine arts, what has been relegated to TTT in this county. I think it's unfortunate over the past decade what we've done to ourselves as a result of the state and federal government. We really need to restore fine arts, languages, all those to have equal placing as the core does in here. Because as we know, that those are what give our kids the opportunity to succeed in the 4 Cs. So that's where we should be going, I believe. One other point. We've heard a lot of talk about mandates, whether it's algebra or economics and personal finance. We really do want to hear from you what we should not be doing as a district, but we're required to do. Our legislators specifically asked us to provide them with a list of mandates that we don't like. So please, you can funnel those through Sloan and get them back to us so we can better advocate for you. And I'll end on a question, and you can take this or leave it. Over the past year, we've seen Josh Starr in Montgomery County talk about measuring hope. I don't know if you think that's somewhere we might want to go in terms of the social emotional. Where do you see something like that fitting in?
Do you want me to take that one, so? Just quickly? So we do have 16 schools that have been doing that survey that they referenced, and so we have been following that. Gallup offers it for 10 years free, and it was an opt-in survey, and so I have an appointment with Dr. Garza to talk about Goal 2 that's coming to you and looking at future measures, and that will be on the list as well, because right now it is an opt-in survey, and it has the hope, well-being, and one other bucket in that Gallup survey. So engagement, hope, engagement, and well-being. And so in last year's Goal 2, it was in the narrative, those 16 schools were reported.
And I was going to add also, with regard to the work that the committee's been doing on the Portrait of a Graduate, you'll see one whole section, I think, that you'll find that's very pertinent to what you're talking about. And so I think, assuming the board resonates with the board, I think we'll have to have measures along that line.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barker. I'm sorry, Mr. McElvin. Mrs. Reed.
Thank you, Chairman Moon. I apologize for my voice. Maybe that's good because I won't be able to ask too many questions. Thank you very much for all this information. As my colleagues have acknowledged, this is a lot of work, and we know it is. But it's unfortunate that in some cases we feel like we still aren't measuring the right things. And that's really what I want to talk about a little bit. I wondered if you could share with us some ideas maybe about some things that we could measure that we aren't now, some existing measures that are out there. You alluded to the PISA tests, and I wondered if you could talk about the expansion from the pilot to doing that in all schools and how you think that might be of value. And then other things like using PSAT results. Are there other tests that we currently do that wouldn't be new work or extra work? It wouldn't be SOL, but that might provide some useful information. Have you all discussed that as a group at all?
I think that just taking the OECD test first as an example, we're going to get really good results, I think, at the high school level from that, as I alluded to a little bit earlier, because that's a test that really looks at the application of your understanding in a large-scale testing environment. So there's some opportunities for us there. There are a number of other measures that we could look at, some of the ones that we already use, like AP and IB. But when you start to get beyond some of those assessments and look at other alternative large-scale assessments, there's a price associated with those. So there's fiscal consideration that has to be understood when you look at some of those other alternative assessments. So one of the things that we could think about as we go down this road, just from a policy kind of level standpoint, is we could think about, are there ways for us to substitute other tests, right? To substitute one test for another test. Whether or not you would, be successful in getting the state legislature to support us in that kind of environment, take your guess as to an answer to that question. But there are definitely costs associated with other large-scale measures when you're talking about, 180,000 students that you would give a large-scale measure to. Performance-based assessments, again, as we talked about, things that we would actually do in our classrooms or things that we currently do in our classrooms today. Are there ways for us to take that information and use that for accountability purposes? So there's things that we need to think about balancing out workload expectations for teachers for sure. But again, we have a pretty rich infrastructure with our ECART testing system here. And one of the things that we've been working on is building out the capacity to use alternative assessment measures within our ECART testing system. Right? So being able to use rubric-based assessments, which you would use in a performance-based assessment, and be able to report that at a larger scale level. There are opportunities for us to, I think, look at things like that, but there's a lot of consideration that still needs to be had. There's a lot of conversation that needs to be had. And again, I really would, my opinion would be, I really think the portrait of the graduate, when we've got those attributes really articulated, that's when we need to ask the next question about how do we measure those. So there's been conversation, there's been speculation, we know of some of existing options that we could look at, but I think what we really want to have is we want to have our priorities, which will be articulated in that portrait of a graduate, drive assessment. I think that's the best way to really think about assessment, measuring the things that we value in our teaching and learning experiences, instead of having our assessments perhaps drive instruction, as often is the case in the American school system today. So I think we're looking at a different approach.
If I might add, because I think it's very important, for those folks that might be listening or watching, and particularly for our teachers, because if you just listen to this conversation, it might appear to them that we're just talking about adding some more, a lot more assessments, a lot more tests. What I'm hoping, and where I want us to hold our teachers to hold us accountable, is we need a more of a balanced approach to assessment. Not all assessment has to be for accountability purposes. There should be assessment of learning, which is more of accountability type measure, and assessments for learning, assessments of learning, which helps us drive classroom instruction. And so it should be, if we do this well, it won't be more, it'll just be more focused, right? And maybe more beneficial.
Thank you, and if I could just follow up very quickly. I wondered if we had reached out to some teachers and asked them for some opinions on some of these findings and tried to glean maybe some best practices or even suggestions from them. For example, for years we've talked about the science test scores. and how some teachers just aren't as strong in science or don't like it or whatever the case may be. I mean, has anybody ever suggested having, you know, a science teacher visiting the classrooms rather than trying to make everybody be the perfect, you know, teacher of all of these subjects? Just as an example. Myra, you're nodding.
We have talked about that, and we have talked about having science resource teachers in schools that could help lead that work. Those are financial implications to have those people in there. So there are a few schools that have chosen to departmentalize in 5th and 6th grade, so they have a teacher who handles all of the 5th grade science or the 5th grade social studies. Not a lot of them, but some. So yeah, we talk to teachers and talk to schools and try to help them meet the goals that they're trying to meet.
Thank you, and I'm hoping that at another time we can talk more about the resource challenges. Many of the suggestions, as you've alluded to, require more resources, and I guess our challenge will be how do we do more with less, or how do we do things differently? You know, maybe we just can't do things the same old way anymore, and I appreciate a lot of your suggestions about focused efforts, focused training, things like that. So I'm hopeful that we can talk more about that, because that to me is equally as important as where we are is what are we going to do to address this. In particular, the achievement gap, which we really haven't talked about here at all. And I want to make sure that that you know that this board is still very, very concerned about that issue. And I think we could spend a whole nother meeting just talking about that, but I really hope that we can focus more on cost feasible solutions, and again, that's probably for another time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. With that, we have about 10 minutes left for this portion. Any board member who wants to go back besides Mr. Velkop and Ms. Hines? Okay, if not, Mr. Velkop. Oh, Mr. Ash first.
I just had 2 quick questions. One quick, one maybe not so quick. What is, there was a stat on talking about the success of our graduates. What exactly is communicative competency in foreign language? Or
Okay, the way that is measured, it's currently 47% of our 12th graders are achieving this goal. And it's a combination of students who are at the world language level 4, 5, AP or IB, and successfully passing those courses and demonstrating the competency that is required at those levels, along with our English learners who have native languages other than English and have achieved English proficiency at a level 5, 6 and above, or have been English proficient, but were formerly limited English proficient. So it's the combination of those 2 groups, an unduplicated count. So it's almost half of our 12th grade class now, and our goal is for that to be 100% over time.
Got it. Thank you. And my second question, looking at the difference between minority and non-minority populations across the SOL standard change, I'm curious if you have any ideas as to why the minorities drop so significantly relative to the drop in non-minority populations.
So that's a great question, and certainly one that we've been thinking about for a while. And I think what that speaks to is that the pass rate bar that the state has set for the standards of learning is the 400 score. And I think in closing the gap, we often had a lot of our subgroups just get above that 400 level, whereas some of our Asian and white students were significantly above and maybe at pass advanced. And I think what you saw with the new standards is just sort of a drop in the shelf, so that a significant number fell below that 400 line. So they didn't necessarily, they might have all fallen about the same amount, but the line was where it was.
Based on where the line was. Got it. And I guess my final comment is just looking into the alternative standards. I posed the question, what is a good alternative standard, to the keynote speaker at the leadership conference during one of his sessions. And he merely remarked that they don't individually track students. They sample various schools, but they don't go after each school. So I think that's an interesting point to keep moving forward. They look at the system as a whole, not trying to particularly single out. And I know the current system is set up not just in Fairfax, but in the nation. The current system is to look at every school and find the schools that are failing. But I think as we push for a new system, we're going to end up running into that national just what we've been doing for the past however many years. And we're going to be running into that. And so we need to be ready as a school system to start taking a stand not only against standardized testing, but against the idea of looking at specific schools and singling out those schools. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ash. With that, let me go to Mr. Velka for 2 minutes and Ms. Hines to follow.
Just to follow very quickly on what Mr. Ash said, I think there are three things: sampling, critical thinking, and social context. I think that's the key stuff that we learned from PISA. On the, I was curious about the math scores and the drop in the 8th grade. And again, this had to do with the increased rigor of the test. So my question is, would we characterize the rigor as requiring more computational ability of the students, or would we characterize it as what we used to call in the old days, story problems?
Okay, so I would characterize the change in the rigor as more application to using those computational skills and those numbers and skills. So students don't have things where they can memorize as easily. They now need to take that skill of performing operations with rational numbers and whole numbers and use that in an application way, a lot of times having multi-step problems and doing that. That speaks to part of the drop. The other part of the drop is we continue to have more students enroll in Algebra 1 in 8th grade, and so the proportion of the students in Math 8 of struggling students has risen over those years too. So as more and more students access that buff grade level, the students that are in Math 8 are our most struggling students.
So I raise that question because sometimes I hear people say that the problem with that age level is that the kids aren't learning enough computation. And that doesn't sound like that's consistent with what you've told me. The last question I have is also with math and the difference between 3rd and 6th grade. I thought that was quite fascinating, actually. And this is probably a chauvinistic interpretation, so I'll give you mine and then you can tell me what the real interpretation, the correct one is. It almost seemed to me like, you know, our scores were kind of down in 3rd grade compared to some surrounding counties. And yet by 6th grade, we've outpaced them. And I sort of wondered, well, is this saying that we're basically starting with a harder problem and we're just doing a bang-up job, you know, in that intervening period? Do you have any comment on that?
So I think there are several factors in why our 3rd graders are struggling, and I think a lot of it has to do with building that number sense and building that computational fluency in the younger grades. And so we work really hard on building the conceptual knowledge and not just can our students have fluency with their facts, but do they really understand what that means? And so as we continue to develop that, when they get to the higher grades and they're applying that and using that in different ways, it's really starting to show, where in 3rd grade maybe, and I don't know, I can't speak to all other districts, they might not be focusing on that as much as what we are trying to do in building that. And so I think that contributes to where they are.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hines?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Mrs. Reed for bringing up the involvement of teachers in this because, you know, there is in Charlottesville and Albemarle school systems, I don't know if you've noticed, but they're a few years into a new assessment system. Teacher created, actually, performance-based assessments created by teachers. And so I think that's, and as we go forward, I would really love to see teachers involved in that. I would just say, you know, maybe I'm at one end of the spectrum, but I feel like I share that end with Diane Ravitch, so I'm in good company. But I don't have faith in these tests. I just don't. I've given 25 or 30 of them in my teaching career. I've read the questions. I think it's a good question whether our kids are really having trouble summarizing or drawing conclusions, or, you know, are the questions just kind of inane and confusing? You know, I've seen that on the tests. So, you know, I have faith in good teaching, and I was glad to hear Myra Thayer say that some of this takes faith. And I worry a little bit. The only part of this report that worries me is there are a few places where I hear us putting, I think, too much faith in the SOL standards and tests. I just wonder, changing the elementary MRA and tying it to the third grade math SOL, I just ask, is that our best thinking about age-appropriate curriculum? Because I worry that our math curriculum has been increasingly collapsed so that we have things going on in the early grades in math that are not necessarily age appropriate. And so I just hope we're doing our own thinking about that and not just tying to state standards that might not make sense. So anyway, and I would just say that I think the politics of accountability and our relationship with Richmond are really our job as a board, you know, and I think it's our job to protect staff and teachers from that. And I know that's tough because you do worry about accreditation and all that, but I really think that we have to step up and take that on as our responsibility. Quick question. I promise, one question. The Global Awareness Technology Project, I wanted to thank you for reaching out to teachers, listening to art teachers and making some changes in that assessment that I think they were really clamoring for. Just a question, how are we getting feedback from teachers about the Global Awareness Technology Project?
We have a summer curriculum project every year that meets in which they look at the projects that have been submitted. And these teachers also, besides working for the inter-rater reliability of the rubric, they also have provided comment to our elementary specialists on things that are needed, such as increased training and possibilities as to why scores might have dropped, or because they provide as part of their review, they provide feedback to every school. And so every school gets that feedback in the fall.
Thank you. Ms. Evans will be absolutely the last one with the 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence. Just a very quick comment. You know, like my colleagues, I very much look forward to having a more robust method of measuring our student achievement and the things that we believe are important. I do think we do need to be cognizant of the fact that we do need to keep what's good about current measures, such as the ability to measure achievement gaps and be guided by the things that we do find meaningful. I believe one of my colleagues mentioned not just throwing out everything. So I think we need to find that right balance. And lastly, I would say that anything that we can do, any measures we can find that would counter the offensive and destructive A through F grading system that the state is imposing on us, I think is a good thing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evans. Just one quick comment, maybe in light of what I've heard from Mr. Ash on accountability through sampling. This is not for tonight, but when you have a discussion about alternate measures for student achievement goal number 1, I would like at some point in a step to address a benefit of doing using sampling as a measure way of accountability versus our ultimate goal of helping every student achieve full potential. How we'll be able to be, how we're going to be accountable to achieve that goal versus doing it through sampling. But that's some other time. With that, we'll go to the next order of business. Thank you, Dr. Prestillo and other staff members.
And if I could, thank you very much. Just real briefly reiterate, I appreciate your support and advocacy on all of these issues, and I understand obviously that this was a limited amount of time, so if we can answer any questions via email, phone call, or in person, just let me know. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next order of business is a student representative matters. Mr. Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to keep it quick since it's late, but in the past 2 weeks, I attended the Virginia School Board Association, specifically the Student Representative Workshop. So that basically encompassed, the first part of it was really focused on dealing with the role and how different people were addressing the role, and we had an interesting discussion about whether or not the students should have voting rights. And so we were basically discussing the idea of the role. And then the second half, we got into specifics. We looked at various scenarios and how the board should handle working with students in the community. And one of the interesting things, the problem I worked on had to do with nutrition and updating a nutrition plan for it to be healthier. Sound familiar? So I had some really interesting ideas. It was interesting being, since Fairfax is so much larger than pretty much every other county in the Commonwealth, I recognize that Fairfax County was facing very different challenges than other counties. One county had one high school, so they had students bring in home recipes, and the kitchens adapted these home recipes, found the ingredients, and managed to provide these meals to the entire high school. So obviously different environments, but still there were a lot of interesting ideas. Some that I'll keep in mind going into next week's SAC meeting when we get to do the much, much valued and look forward to food tests for testing the new foods. So it's definitely gave me some new ideas going into that and going into future discussions about nutrition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ash. Next, we have action items. We have 4 action items, but I plan to flip 5.01 with a 5.02. So we'll do acquisition of a 6245 Leesburg Pike first, and then we'll go to school calendar, to be followed by 5.03 and 5.04, as shown on the agenda, because we have people in the audience patiently waiting. Since this may require a long discussion and long debate, we're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
identified 6245 Leesburg Pike as lending itself to such an urban model. And of course, we're now actively pursuing buying it. The resolution moves us a step closer to acquiring the building and developing the site as an elementary school to relieve Bailey's overcrowding. Mr. Moon and I did go through the building to look into it. I know some people have the idea that this is, it's an office building. How could this be an elementary school? And I can say I do think people will be pleasantly surprised by both what Mr. Moon and I saw inside the building, as well as what we have planned. And in a bit, I'm going to ask the superintendent to please elaborate on that a bit. I realize that this new style raises many questions in the minds, both of the Bailey's parents and staff, as well as the neighbors who are adjacent to the school. But I do, and so I'm going to answer just a few of the questions. I'm not going to go into every single detail, but I did want to address some of the particular concerns. Because we have had many questions. We've had emails. We had a long hearing last night, which, again, Mr. Moon, thank you also for attending to the very end. And we've, of course, had our testimony tonight. To address one of the main concerns, I did want to say this will be a 21st century learning environment. This is not going to be kids in cubby holes. This is we are going to design the very best educational space we can. I believe fully that it will be light and bright and a great learning environment. The building is being acquired to solve the Bailey's problem. The students we will be moving into that building will be Bailey's Elementary students. And I know that's a concern of my neighbors. These are my neighbors. I'm in the Sleepy Hollow catchment area, as are the people in the audience. So I understand the concern. I do want to say to everybody here, just proximity to a building does not mean that you're going to end up in a school. As we know, all we have to do is go to Belvedere and look about how, you're across the street from it and you're not necessarily, we have that actually all over Fairfax County. Our boundaries are a little bit odd in a lot of ways. Safety issues, I do want us to, we have an obligation to all of our children, and our highest priority is the safety of our children. We take that very seriously, and certainly we have a number of schools that are on busy roads. We just do. And we have to take special care and special caution at those locations. And I fully anticipate that we will develop a very clear safety plan for this location. And I welcome the involvement of the community in that approach and what the best approach will be. Traffic concerns, I hear you. I go up through those streets too, and if we don't deal with the traffic concerns, I'm going to hear it from my husband every night, believe me, as he commutes through that area. We will be dealing with between 10 and 14 buses, according to our experts, our transportation experts. And while that might sound like a lot, with every new school that we open, we have to deal with the fact that we have buses coming and going. As long as we have students in our neighborhoods that we're going to transport to our neighborhood schools, we're going to have buses. So we just have to deal with the impacts. We have to deal with which streets we go on, what the bell schedule is going to be, and try to minimize the impacts. And I fully expect our transportation experts to be able to do a very good job at that. Let's see what else I wanted to say. Yeah. As far as the children getting activity, that was a big concern, and that's a big concern of mine as well. And I think we can have folks address this with a little bit more detail if people have specific questions. But our people are going to be designing some wonderful large interior space for our children to make sure that they get plenty of exercise, and certainly that they get physical education. So that's going to be a piece of this plan. I do agree that it's a shame that it looks like we won't be able to have a fully laid out playground at the beginning. It's a matter of time that it looks like that won't be possible. We can have a few things outside, and our people are developing that plan. We will be developing a playground, fully developed playground over the course of time, but we have to get certain processes going. And again, that's an area where I would hope that the community would come and work with us on what makes the most sense. What makes the most sense in terms of where it's located, how it's located, what they see from their backyards. And lastly, I just want to say I appreciate the invitation to come and speak to the Civic Association. I will certainly come and speak with the Civic Association, as well as both Buffalo Hills and Sleepy Hollow Manor and Ravenwood, and maybe we can all get together and talk about that, because I think the community really does have a clear role here, that we can work together to make this the best school that it can possibly be. And I hope when we get to the end of it, this is something that we are all really, really proud of, and that we end up coming together on this. So I do want to thank everybody for their participation, and I look forward to the comments and questions of my colleagues. I did want to ask if Dr. Garza had any additional comments.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Evans. You covered a lot of that very well. On behalf of the school system, I do want to apologize. I know that some of the communication or lack thereof has caused a lot of confusion and additional angst and anxiety, and I regret that and apologize. Some of that we struggled through because we were we were engaged in land acquisition, and we're prohibited from talking about it until we get to a certain point. Now that we're getting to possible closure of the purchase of the property potentially tonight, we stand ready to do a better job and be very open and transparent in our design, and also to be a good partner with you all. So we will meet with you. We have been aggressive in the acquisition, possible acquisition of this property. But while we've been aggressive, I think we've been measured in that process, in looking at converting a building into a school. The architects we've secured for the project have converted a number of office buildings throughout the nation into wonderful, unbelievable, very impressive schools. And I think once the community sees some of their ideas, I think that that will create some excitement around this issue. I think the questions that have been raised are very important questions. We have prepared most of those answers. I think there were a couple of new ones tonight, but we're prepared to get those out and respond in writing to your questions. We're ready to do that, and I think some of it will go out early next week. As far as safety, that is our number one priority. We would never, ever put children in a situation where their safety was at risk. We are responsible for our students. So we do have a plan. We have other multi-story buildings, and there are many other multi-story school buildings all throughout the nation that we can learn from. This design of the school will be according to our educational specifications. So we will have classrooms that look just like classrooms in other schools, including there will be a outdoor play space, play area. It won't be when the school opens, but it will be hopefully very soon thereafter. I don't think there will be a long period of time after school opens that we'll have to wait, but we need to have input on how that is designed. I'm absolutely convinced that we can design a school that will be exciting and wonderful learning environment for our students. We recognize traffic flow, that we've got to study that. We're looking at options to mitigate that effect on the community. We want to be a good neighbor with regard to the school, and we intend to do all we can to mitigate that. This school, I believe, will be a source of pride in our in this community, a source of pride for us. In January, Mr. Moon has scheduled a workshop for the board, for the architects to come and share their ideas. And then it will be public to everyone interested what the designs are for the school. And I think that that will help go a long way with answering further questions. Again, thank you, Ms. Evans, for the opportunity to speak, and we'll look forward to meeting with you all.
Thank you, Dr. Garza. Thank you, Ms. Evans. And Mr. McElveen.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I do have a little personal connection to 6245 Leesburg Pike, and that is when I was going through the process of becoming a school board member, I actually got my hepatitis shot on the 5th floor of that building. Little did I know that we would be discussing it here today. But first of all, we would be very remiss if we did not recognize the work not only of Miss Evans, but of Jeff Plattenberg, of Kevin Sneed, of all our legal staff who have done a tremendous job. They were truly game changers in this process, because those of you who have been following this over the past few years know that we were down a road that was insurpassable. So we are very thankful to them and Supervisor Gross for her support on this solution. Ms. Evans talked a little bit about the history, but the history of Bailey's overcrowding actually goes back to the 1950s. And it was interesting, and I shared this with my colleagues, going back in the annals of the Washington Post, Agnes Mayer did a expose on the capacity issues in Fairfax County schools in 1950, in which she outlined how the Bailey's Crossroads School ran out of well water by the end of the day. She talked about how kids were having music classes in boiler rooms. And so it's interesting that we have come 70 some odd years later and we still have not solved this problem. But I think it's high time for this board to make a stand. As we heard from the community, this is, I think the comment was this was one of the worst possible locations. And I don't think you'd find people up here that would disagree too much with you on that statement. But it is the only workable solution we've been able to find. And so while we definitely understand the concerns, we do, and Ms. Evans has committed to engaging with you. So hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to restore some of that trust. With that, move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have Mrs. Strauss next.
Thank you. I support going forward with this building. And we have worked for years to find a solution for the children at Bailey's. And there is a difference between finding solutions for adult problems and finding solutions for children in educational settings. A child grows and changes every single day. And we have to work with the teachable moment of children. And you do get to the point where the environment in which a child is coming to school every day is so detrimental to our ability to teach them. And this is exactly where we are with Bailey's. We had to make some difficult decisions with Haycock last year, same thing. There just is a limit of what we can do to provide children with classroom space, with learning space. If we continue to put this off, we are depriving the children of the kind of educational setting and the actual learning that we are responsible to deliver to these children. They are missing opportunities to learn, and we simply can't stand by and let that go on any farther. So I think I am pleased that we found this solution and that we're able to fast track it. I am confident that the architects and our own people, and working with the county staff, that we will be able to quickly do some pretty interesting things with this building. I've seen it happen before, and I'm quite convinced we'll be able to do this. There are obviously a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of details that we have to go through, but we do that with every school. Every school that we build, every school that we add on to, as the county changes, as roads change, as the metro changes, as traffic patterns become difficult, it's simply a part of doing business in Fairfax County. But we cannot disadvantage these children any longer. I was here when Bailey's became a magnet. Deja vu all over again. We had come to the point where Bailey's was down to 4 families who could speak English, and that was it. And we attempted to push boundary changes, we looked for solutions, and we could not find it. Instructionally, we had to do something radically different because it was unfair to the quality of the education that we are responsible to deliver to those children. So we're in the same spot again, a little different, but it's time that we moved. We cannot deprive these children of the education they deserve. So I'm pleased we've gotten this, and I'm confident we will open with a beautiful new school that will also have play space. It will be safe, and that the children, the teachers, and the families will be very pleased to have. So thank you, Ms. Evans, for all the work you've done, and thank you to the staff who have worked very hard and have been exceedingly creative. So I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Any other board member? Mr. Rakovics?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Evans, I know we have a really exciting and new opportunity, and I thank you for all of your work on that. Remember, I think everybody has to remember that this elementary school is at 130% capacity. There are 19 trailers on this property, and this is really our main driver. Ms. Strauss put it very eloquently. It's impacting the everyday education of these children. This is our main driver. Is this solution different than any we've had before us? Yes. Is it new? Yes. Does it make us a bit anxious? Honestly, yes. But does it mean we should not do it? No. I have confidence. We've worked with county staff. Their board has supported our decision. We have excellent staff members who I've been talking to and are really excited about the opportunity to build a school in an urban setting that's conducive to 21st century learning, and I'm confident they can do that. And time is of the essence. We've been looking for a solution for the last 3 years for overcrowding at Bailey's, and this opportunity came before us. And so I think it's time to move, even though it's new, different, exciting, and a bit angst-provoking, but I think it's time. And I think as the communities come together, we'll be able to build something that is unlike anything we've had before, and it will be a new learning opportunity for our students that's well-deserved in that area of the county. So I'm going to support moving forward.
Mr. Schultz, to be followed by Mr. Stork.
Okay, I think I'm going to take a little bit different tact. And first of all, I want to thank all of the people who came to speak to us tonight. I think the first thing I'd like to say is that I'm very concerned. I heard a couple times tonight that anyone, any homeowner, any taxpayer, any parent, teacher, educator, student would think that it won't make a difference if they come. And I don't know how anybody can feel that, if this board has done anything to make people feel that way, then I apologize for this board, because there's nothing that makes me more concerned than we who are elected to represent you making you feel like it doesn't matter to speak up. You should attend meetings, you should write to us, you should advocate, you should sign up to speak, and if you think we're not listening, make us listen. So that's the first thing that I want to say, is I don't want anybody to feel like that. The second thing is that it is the planning, the demographics, the facilities needs, the facility use, the lack of transparency on data that put me in the seat. So maybe one of you is going to be in one of these seats one day. So keep that in mind. That being said, buildings don't teach children. And that's one of the it's a heart-wrenching lesson that my family has experienced. And I want everybody to know that it is the educators in the building that teach these children. Small, large, well-loved, meaning old, shiny, brand new, we've got it all in Fairfax County. And children don't learn differently because the building is different. So that's a really important quality for you all to understand is that it isn't the walls that make the building that make the education. It's what happens inside. My children have attended school from everything from 300 K through 12 students in a single building, think like Little House on the Prairie, to a 100-plus-year-old orphanage with no electronics, no computers, nothing, just books and pens and paper. I know that sounds nuts. To a nearly 100-year-old elementary school on a hill, to the most phenomenal campus I think maybe we have in Robinson Secondary. And it isn't the tile floors or the cracked wooden floors that make it. So if we wind up with a commercial building, it's not a commercial building once it becomes a school within FCPS resources. So if there are concerns about that regard, that I have complete faith in us making a building a school with what we put into it. The regulatory taking side of things is the part that I struggle with. You know, we live in a constitutional republic, and the Fifth Amendment, you know, does not give us inherent explicit right to take, but it does provide this nifty little caveat that if we do, it's with just compensation. And, you know, being a history scholar and a political science scholar, this one is the tough nut for me, because this resolution that's before us tonight, and we had a closed session beforehand where we discussed this in detail, this resolution is the one that flips the switch on eminent domain. They're not coming back to us and asking us again. So if our hand goes up, we're not saying go do eminent domain, but if eventually it gets to that, they're not going to necessarily, we're not taking another vote. So my hope is, you know, when I read A Power of Eminent Domain, in the 17th and 18th century, they called this the despotic power. It doesn't mean that we don't have it, but it's despotic to use it. And I worry that just because this happens to be a vacant building, regardless of what may have happened at some point in the past, which may have been too much information, that what happens if it's the neighborhood Batteries Plus next time? What happens if it's the neighborhood restaurant next time? What happens if it's your house next time? And the path on which we are about to set ourselves concerns me. Not that this time it's okay, and not that we don't have the constitutional power, but do we go and do the despotic thing? And that is so far down the chain of the nuclear option, in my opinion, that it gives me great pause. But the question is, what do we do instead? And it's been years, and we don't have the library site, and we don't have former elementary school sites, and are we going to annex parkland? We don't have it. So I think we're between a rock and a rock and a rock and a hard place. And so it's the now what? Do we continue to allow 1,300 students to go to school at a school in 19 trailers without bathrooms? That's a really bad decision. We can't continue to do that. Is some multimillionaire going to drop down and give us undeveloped land in the middle of Bailey's Crossroads? I don't think that's going to happen either. So the land fairy hasn't quite arrived. If he or she does, let us know. You know, send it by overnight delivery. So our choices are winnowing, and when we look down to where we are, if we keep this solution on the table, then at least we have options. If we don't keep the solution on the table, then we have no options. And we allow children to continue to suffer. So is going to school in a retrofitted commercial building worse than staying in a 1,300 plus school with 19 trailers with no bathrooms? I don't know the answer to that, but we have been elected to set policy and make decisions like this and spend your money. And if you don't like our decisions, you know, take us to task for it. But this is a very difficult position that a lot of years of decision making have led to, and the only hope is that we've got a wonderful superintendent, a wonderful head of facilities, and we've got to start digging ourselves out of the strategic location that we find ourselves in now, so that we don't continue to be forced hat in hand with these decisions. And I still don't know how I'm going to vote. I don't know if that made it any clearer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Church. I have Mr. Stork next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to thank staff. I think they've done a wonderful job, and particularly Ms. Evans for your efforts in this. Well, I'm not going to support this process because of, I'll speak to that in just a minute. I do believe the issue and the needs are real. I think this is a viable option for the school. I think it's an appropriate need that has to be fulfilled. In other words, the need is clear, the options are limited, so what are we going to do? And on that basis, I'm supportive. The location, I understand it's not ideal, but we have a number of elementary school properties that are near major highways. You know, I think of Fairview Elementary School, Marshall Road, Mount Eagle in my area. So there are a number of these, so this doesn't make that unique. It's not unprecedented. It's not, again, ideal, but we are dealing with less than ideal options. I think the community engagement, I worry about that, and I worry about that not so much, I recognize the issue here was a little bit different, but I worry about that for the Mount Vernon community, the Lee community, when we have some real issues like this that are coming up, and we have to have a much richer, longer engagement, or we're going to get the same kind of concerns that we hear tonight. And they are not, these are ideals to me that we shouldn't have to compromise on, yet to some degree because of the process we followed here, we're compromising some of those. So that concerns me. But the biggest concern I have, and my colleagues have heard me on this before, is we truly haven't engaged, we truly haven't followed up on the real options that are available to us. I believe in community schools. What is a community school? Community school is not only a school where kids are, but we marry other kinds of government services in there with that. Ms. Evans and others, I know Ms. Angelski-Eichner tried very hard to do that at Graham Road, and there's other places we've tried to do that, and the board itself has supported that concept in the past. And we've gotten support from supervisors, at least in words to that effect, but we haven't gotten the support, the financial support, the leadership that sometimes it requires to do that. This was a great opportunity to do a community school that I truly would, I think, have well served the neighborhood in lots of different ways. And again, Ms. Evans and I have talked about this many times. I know she believes that also would have been a wonderful option for us. But for whatever reason, and well, I shouldn't even say that, we know the reason it was taken off the table. And I don't think we should be shy about the fact that there truly was a library, there truly was potentially the building, even building on the school grounds itself, but even as was mentioned tonight, the Mesa District Government Center. I mean, look, in Mount Vernon, if we had an issue like this, I cannot imagine limiting the number of options that we had, and I just can't. I think it's too important to our kids and their needs to limit it in any way. In the end, you may have come where we are tonight. That may very well have still been true because of all the time and effort or money or whatever is involved, but you don't limit that up front. You look at those. So where I am, I'm willing to make a stand when something's truly a last resort, i.e. condemnation. But I'm not willing to do condemnation when it's not a last resort, and it is not a last resort yet. If this motion had in it that everything in it except the word condemnation, I would be supporting it tonight, because I do realize that the situation is that critical, it's that important that we address it. But I don't think we should ever take property rights for granted or take them lightly. As a business person, I absolutely respect the hard work, sweat equity, everything that went into acquiring and the particular vision that those owners may or may not have had for that property. and we should not be taking that away until we have no other option. Again, I don't believe we're there. I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Mrs. McLachlan.
I want to say that I greatly appreciate how well Mr. Stork captured my reservations. As I've shared with my colleagues, I truly feel that this board hasn't quite done all that it could. Maybe the prior board did, but since I joined 2 years ago, I have not seen us do what I know we've done in the past. Whether we had a 12-person resolution going to the full Board of Supervisors to, bring together the Board of Supervisor team with school board members team and find a solution. What Mr. Stork said about how all these limits got placed, and now we're being told this is kind of the only option we've got. The information that's been given to me to date, I am struggling with that being the case. And it's not at all calling into question our superintendent, Mr. Plattenberg with facilities, or with Ms. Evans. I know everyone's working really hard on this. But I really look at what's in front of us and what we know. And with 12 members on this board, we're all going to kind of come at this a little differently, and we're all going to have different comfort levels of where we can say, you know what, there's a huge leap of faith that's going to need to be made here. But as a board member, I come here with my own life experiences, and part of the reason I'm on this board is because of what I experienced out in the community. And what I campaigned on and what I said I believed in as a leader is that it's so important that we have as much information as we can, not just as a board, but as for our public. And I understand all the constraints of why this has moved so quickly and what information is available to date. But this isn't what I want to vote on and say I'm comfortable with as a board member to vote in support of a motion like this in front of me. And so for all the things that Mr. Stork said, I do want to just conclude by saying that this school system has struggled with schools that are overcrowded and over capacity. We know Annandale High School was a prime example. Fairfax High School, prime example. And when I was just looking at some of the quick numbers, Centerville, it's 116%. Frost Middle School, where my own children go, 116% over capacity. They're not complaining. I mean, the kids are doing okay. And when I hear that this is it's dire at Bailey's and we've got to do something, to the Bailey's community, I want you to know I am agonizing about the fact that your children go to a school that's that overcrowded, and I don't take that lightly at all. But we need a 15, 20, 30, 50-year solution. And I'm just not comfortable right now that this one, going this quickly at it with a lot of things that for me are still left unanswered, I just can't comfortably vote in support of it. And that has been very difficult for me because of the tremendous confidence I have in our superintendent, and also with Assistant Superintendent Mr. Plattenberg, and with Sandy Evans as the district board member. I hope you all will accept my personal apology that I can't come across the finish line with you on this one. And I do hope you can understand my personal reservations.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken, wants to speak? Then, Ms. Evans?
Just very briefly, I did want to make a special note and a special thank you to staff, and in particular Jeff Plattenberg and Kevin Sneed. They have worked tirelessly on this and very creatively, so I would be remiss to not make that my last comment. So thank you.
If no one else, I'll call for the vote on the motion. The school board adopt a resolution approving the proposed public use of property as an elementary school and directing the division superintendent or assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services in consultation with the legal counsel for the school division to acquire the property for this public purpose by condemnation or other means. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, McElveen, Smith, Delana Colfax, Hines, Reed, Velkoff opposing, Schorsch, McLaughlin, and Stork. The motion passes. The Moon in support. Happens. Thank you. For those who are watching us on TV on this particular issue, and especially those who are still in the audience right now and listening to us, I want to thank every one of you, and especially those who came to Planning Commission's hearing last night and also spoke at the public hearing before us earlier this evening. As the chairman of the school board, I can assure you that I have heard you, and I am quite aware of concerns that you have raised, and we will do our best to address every one of those concerns. Thank you. The next action item is 5.01, which is 2014 and 2015 school calendar. And Mrs. Strauss, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I move that the school board approve the 2014-2015 school calendar as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Velkoff. Mr. Strauss, you want to speak on your motion?
Yes, I would like to speak briefly. Every year we set the calendar for the next year. It is reviewed by our HR committee. Staff works on it, and our challenge every year is to make sure that we create a calendar that has a large enough uninterrupted chunks of instructional time, because you have to have a long enough run in order for the students to actually learn each quarter and then each semester. We have to build in the time for our teachers to get their work done. And we have to build in the vacations that are appropriate and supported by our community as well. I believe that this calendar does all of that, and I think that it does a good job of balancing the instructional needs, which is the first requirement, and then fitting everything else in. So I know there will be a discussion of other ways of doing this. But I do support the calendar, and I believe next year one of the interesting pieces is, I believe there's another fairly long winter break. So there are things fall rather well in many ways for the community. So we can never quite devise the perfect calendar, but it is what it is. But again, instructionally, that is the most important target that we have in putting a calendar together, and I think it speaks to that. Thank you.
Mr. Velkoff? Mr. Schultz, you have an amendment?
I do. And I'm going to take a point of personal privilege first to explain, because I'm going to pull my first amendment, but I'm going to still have two amendments. So let me just explain first. I have two amendments here for Veterans Day to add and recognize Veterans Day as a federal holiday on our calendar. One of the amendments that was posted that people saw and that I did have a fair amount of time to communicate with was a Columbus Day and Veterans Day swap. I do understand that right now, the way our calendar is set, that is the only holiday during the first quarter, and I have heard and listened enough and know that that's enough of a concern that I have worked with Dr. Garza this evening, and I have a second alternative, so I'll be reading that. So my second amendment is actually going to become my first. So I'd like to make that motion now.
Okay, Mr. Schultz, thank you.
I move to amend the main motion in order to honor Veterans Day, a federal holiday, by designating the Staff Development Day / student holiday Thursday, January 29th, 2015 as a student school day, and designating Veterans Day Tuesday, November 11th, 2014 as a Staff Development Day / student holiday. So, go ahead.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mrs. McLaughlin and Mr. Schultz.
So this now second amendment, which became the first amendment, merely switches on our existing calendar And I don't think we have the calendar. Do we have the ability to put up the calendar itself? The switches, we have a 4-day weekend at the end of January. Thursday is a staff development day. Friday is a teacher work day. And this moves the staff development day from Thursday, January 29th to Veterans Day. So that will be a student holiday, and we keep the staff development day. And speaking to the motion itself, this is something that I began pretty much close to the beginning of last year when I started working on the honor cord issue. And I just want to go over a couple of real basic facts. It was November 1919 when President Wilson proclaimed our first day of commemoration, and that was Armistice Day. In 1938, the 11th of November was made a legal holiday and dedicated again as Armistice Day. It was primarily set aside as a day to remember World War I veterans. In 1954, after World War II and after Korea, the urging of veterans service organizations, they amended the 1938 Act and switched Armistice, and it became Veterans Day. Since 1989, when it was elevated to a cabinet level position, it has been observed continuously on November 11th. There was a little 10-year spate there. I don't know if people know. I think it was from 68 to 78 where it was moved to the fourth Monday. That didn't sit well with people because the 11th was the end of World War I, and so the commemoration was moved back to stay at the 11th. So the point to my colleagues is that when we look at our calendar, our school calendar, there is one federal holiday that we treat differently than every other federal holiday on our calendar. Every other federal holiday is adhered to just like the federal government and just like all of those who serve and honor and use, contractors, families, all who live heavily in Fairfax County. We treat Veterans Day differently, and we've somehow moved to an explanation that because we do stuff on that day, that it's okay to go to school. And the problem that I have is that we're not going to make that same explanation for any other holiday. We don't say, well, let's just send the kids to school on President's Day, and if we just do stuff, if we just do programs, it's okay. We should just go to school on that day. We don't do it for Martin Luther King Day. We don't send the kids to school and say, as long as we just do stuff and honor Martin Luther King on that federal holiday, the kids should be in school. And to disparately treat veterans and the honoring of veterans, almost 23 million of whom we have in this country right now who are living veterans, is, I think, a dishonor to them, is not an honor to them. And I know that we've heard from a few teachers today, largely based on rumor about Columbus versus Veterans Day, which is why I pulled that one off. But we start every meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. We start every meeting listening to children in our school system either singing or playing the national anthem. It's the War of 1812 that wrought that right up the road in Baltimore. We didn't know that morning if there was going to be a British flag or an American flag flying over the Baltimore Harbor. So if we don't understand and honor in our own calendar this federal holiday, then I think that we have a little bit of a dishonesty in the way that we honor the other federal holidays and treating them differently.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schurz. Mrs. McLaughlin, you want to speak on your motion? Second?
Yes, briefly. I just want to add that what Ms. Schultz has emphasized was the most compelling aspect for me. This is an important federal holiday. It is to honor our veterans, and I have struggled for why we as a school system that live in such close proximity to not only our nation's capital, but all of these military installations, and we don't observe it. When I looked on the internet and discovered that Arlington, Prince William, and the city of Alexandria, all the proximate Virginia school systems right here with us in our nation's capital honor and recognize Veterans Holiday, to me, that was another compelling reason of why we're not also standing and honoring that holiday. I think that when we look at how those school systems can accomplish recognizing that holiday and still educate their children with the highest degree of quality and instruction, I am confident we can do the same thing here in Fairfax County. I also want to point out that I am very proud and appreciative of our schools that do the special observances for our veterans. But there is no reason that that can't happen the day before or the day after, because Veterans Day is always going to be on November 11th unless it falls on the weekend. So there will always be a school day before or the school day after to invite our wonderful veterans or anyone who wants to come in and help enrich a the Veterans Day observance. But I can't find a compelling reason for how this school system can continue to not honor the only federal holiday that, in my mind, is one of the most important ones that we can be showing respect to our community and also not just to our families and our veterans, but really to help teach our students how to respect that holiday. So that is why I'm supporting Ms. Schultz's amendment, and I truly hope my colleagues will join me in doing that.
Any other board member on this? Then we'll vote on the motion as Mrs. Schultz's amendment, which is to amend the main motion in order to honor Veterans Day, a federal holiday, by designating the Staff Development Day, student holiday, Thursday, January 29, 2015, as a student school day, and designating Veterans Day, Tuesday, November 11, 2014, as a Staff Development Day, student holiday. All those in favor, raise your hand. Mr. Schultz and Mrs. McLaughlin, those opposing? Strauss, Evans, McLaughlin, Smith, Derenakoff.
McElveen, not McLaughlin.
Did I say that? Strauss, Evans, McElveen, Smith, Derenakoff, Moon, Hines, Reed, Evelkop, Stork. The motion fails. Mr. Schultz, you have another motion.
I do, and I find it a little bit disappointing that none of my colleagues who just voted against something that didn't affect our calendar in the least had nothing to say. So I'm going to use President Wilson's words. To us in America, the reflections of Armistice Day, now Veterans Day, will be filled with solemn pride in the heroism.
Mr. Schultz, would you like to make a motion first, and then you'll get a chance to speak?
Thank you very much. I move to amend the main motion in order to honor Veterans Day, a federal holiday, by designating Tuesday, November 11th, 2014, as a staff development student holiday.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. McLaughlin and Mr. Schultz.
Okay. To us in America, the reflections of Armistice Day, now Veterans Day, will be filled with solemn pride in the heroism of those who died in the country's service and with gratitude for the victory, because both of the thing from which has freed us and because of the opportunity it has given us as America to show her sympathy with peace and justice in the Council of the Nations. This is the essence of why this holiday was established on our federal calendar. So I'll do a one-up for you, and I'll save you some money as well. And we won't transport and have 181,000 kids in school on Veterans Day. We'll still create a staff development day, and so we'll just add another staff development day and save in the neighborhood, and I won't hold you to the number, Ms. Quinn, but about $250,000, give or take, by not having transportation of students, plus all the other costs of having students in school. So I thank Dr. Garza for her suggestion of adding another professional development day so that we can, in fact, recognize Veterans Day, a federal holiday, on our school calendar.
Mrs. McLaughlin, you want to speak on your second?
This is a difficult one for me. I seconded it because, as I stated in the First Amendment, I think it's absolutely important that the school systems start to honor Veterans Day like our surrounding jurisdictions and the federal government in our country. But I guess I will just ask my colleagues, the fact that Ms. Schultz and I don't even know why you voted against the First Amendment is extremely difficult, because I don't even know how to speak to this amendment, because I don't even know where my colleagues' reservations are. And I have to say, everyone, this is really surprising. If you don't support an amendment, the public and your own colleagues have no idea what is your reservation. How can we even help the superintendent and our leadership team try to find a solution for how we can honor Veterans
Mrs.
Day?
McLaughlin, if you
So-
could focus on your second rather than addressing
So,
other board members.
so yes, I think it is. I seconded this because I think it's really important that our board colleagues should be speaking to why they will or won't support the amendment.
Ms. Hines?
Yes, thank you. My concern about the First Amendment was losing the extra staff workday in January. We would have had three, as I understand it, we would have had three teacher workday kind of days in November in pretty close proximity, and then just one in January where we did have two. And I think that slog, January, February, March, is really tough for teachers, and they need that extra planning time that we built in with that. So I'm happy to support this, but I'm not sure how we're able to do it. Do we still have enough student days in school? Dr. Garza?
Yes, thank you. Yes, the reason I was trying to be helpful, assuming the board wanted to go this direction. I felt like this was an important amendment to consider if this is the direction of the board, because I was fearful of that staff development day in January being taken away, because that's the only staff development day we have in the second half of the year. So with this, we're able to do it because we're required to have 180 instructional days. We typically and have always built a 183-day calendar, so that would give us 3 additional days, assuming we had bad weather. And so there would have been 3 days we would not have had to make up, assuming there was bad weather. So if the board chooses to support this motion and this change, that means we would have 2 bad weather days built into the calendar. So if we don't need them, great, but if we have 3 days of bad weather, we'll have to find somewhere to make up a day.
Ms. Hines, are you done? I have a Miss Evans and Mrs. Smith, but I just want to take a quick note to Dr. Garza that over the years, FCP has had to make up lost due to the snow. We are in Northern Virginia as opposed to Texas.
Mr. Moon, we missed quite a number of days in
Okay.
Lubbock, Texas,
All right,
for
thank
bad
you.
weather. No, I just was wanting to point out the implication of this particular.
I just want to point out that if we do not build up enough snow days in our calendar, it causes a lot of confusion in making up, and that has happened many times over. Ms. Evans, Ms. Hines? Okay, Ms. Evans and Mrs. Smith.
Well, and my question was initially the same as Ms. Hines. So Dr. Garza, you've answered that question, but if we then, what is our third snow day then? Do we have a plan for that then?
I would think you would have to almost use Memorial Day as the third snow day. And then beyond that, it would have to be, taking an additional day off of, spring break or. Mm-hmm.
Okay, because everything else is pretty much taken. Is it, so we would do another holiday as opposed to like extending the school year by another day, or do we have a plan?
Either of those options would be available to the board.
And I guess my reluctance, both on the previous one and this one, was I actually have less reluctance about this, except I would hope we would have a plan for what our third day actually would be, if it would be Memorial Day or if it would be extending the school year. I guess I have a couple of things. I feel like, and we've talked about this before, you know, we've talked about Veterans Day before, and we've never done the concerted effort to, you know, say what, you know, how parents feel about it, you know, because it would mean a change in schedules, how teachers would feel about it. I have no problem with ultimately going in this direction. I do have the same concerns about November and January being kind of crazy months with so many days off. You know, we've got the 2 teacher work days, and then we would have this, and then we would have Thanksgiving. We'd just come off Christmas break, and then we have teacher work days. We just have a lot of time when our students aren't in school, and there is a certain disruption. So I guess I'm concerned about our not having more clarity on, well, first of all, what we would do with our third day, and just you know, if it's Memorial Day, then I wonder, okay, we're trading Veterans Day for Memorial Day, and that's you know, problematic too, because we're, you know, honoring our war dead on Memorial Day. So I'm going to think this one over, but I guess I would rather that we look to this for the future and see if we can't get a little bit more clarity and maybe some sense of if maybe one of the teacher work days at the beginning of November, but I don't know if teachers would like that either. I mean, they probably like those 2 days together, but I just don't know. I just don't know.
You recall the 2 work days in November are related to Election Day on Tuesday.
Right.
And typically when there's a day where students don't have to come to school on Tuesday, we have low attendance on Monday. And so that's why those 2 days were put together and have been for some time back to back, because our schools are, you know, are so used for the election day. So
right. So we wouldn't want to take Election Day off and then have Monday be a student day, because that we would have a lot. You're saying we wouldn't want to trade these, because then we would have a lot of absences in one thing or another.
Well, the days on in November, those back-to-back days, I believe that we're obligated at least on the Tuesday by way of an agreement we have with the county for our facilities, because of parking and availability for individuals to vote, that we're unable to change those days. The only day you would have the ability to change would probably be that Monday prior to.
You know, I guess what I'm going to say is, if this amendment doesn't pass, because we've had this conversation and we've had it a number of years, I would want us to, if it doesn't pass, I would want us to look at this more carefully as a school system and do a little bit of research and actually make a decision based on going out to the community and kind of having a thoughtful approach about how we would make up the third day. So that would be my recommendation, and I don't think I need to make a motion on that. I think we could just do it if we choose to.
Absolutely. But let me reiterate. The reason there's not a thoughtful reaction, because I think this was, you know, I was trying to, you know, accommodate a concern.
I realize that you just came up with this
however, you know, I believe that Dr. Pajard and her team, I have been countless meetings where they've shared the calendar and solicited feedback and input. So there's been months of study and opportunity for teachers and others to weigh in. So while we may could do more, I think they have done a really good job of trying to get as many people to look at the calendar and give us feedback. And I mean, in fact, I can tell you of a number of adjustments that are made in the calendar that's been recommended to you that were changed in the process, some changes that were made based upon feedback that we received.
And I guess what I would want to see, I do know that we put this out for comment, but I think it's a different process to specifically ask about Veterans Day, to specifically ask the question, what about this? You know, the board's considering making a change here, and you know, let's talk about how we might do that if we choose to.
I have Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Chairman Moon. I do have a concern when we aren't able to tell the public what that third day would be. And the choice for where we take it might be something that the community really doesn't appreciate more so than having the Veterans Day. And I think Mrs. Evans really brings up a point about community engagement and understanding when we make these changes. I can't support a change that comes about like this at the last minute that the public hasn't really had a chance to weigh in and understanding the consequences of it. So I won't support the amendment, and I do need to say that we do honor Veterans Day, and I don't want that to be lost. And we got some great emails from teachers and parents about how we honor Veterans Day on a day that it's easier for the veterans to come in and see us. So I don't want that to be lost. But I think it's really hard to make a change at the table. It could be a bad winter. I haven't watched how many acorns are on the ground. But I can't support this. Thank you.
Mr. Strauss next.
We've gotten interesting emails, response both from parents, community members, and from teachers as well, talking about the need for uninterrupted instructional days, and the question of if we included November 11th as a holiday, it creates too choppiness in the instructional program. I have found that since we have been in school on Veterans Day, there is a great deal more done about thanking and celebrating the people who have given their time and their careers and their lives to serve the rest of us through military service or other public service. Years ago, when we routinely gave this as a holiday, we sort of, didn't worry as much about the academic stuff. Nobody knew what Veterans Day was. And an awful lot of our kids, it was a shopping day. It was something else. And certainly for those parents who wish to take their children out of school to participate in the ceremonies at the Arlington Cemetery, those are wonderful. I've done that with my children, and that certainly is an excused absence. And it's a wonderful thing to do. But the reality is very few of our families or children do that. If they were simply out of school, they would be doing other things and would not be honoring our veterans. And some years ago, before many of you were on the board, the school board did pass a resolution requiring schools to conduct activities that are specific to honoring our veterans. And I have found much more thoughtful understanding of history, thoughtful gratitude towards the people who have served. And I think it's become a much more meaningful holiday as a result, and instructionally important for our children. So, and it's no longer a shopping day. It's a learning day and a day of gratitude, and I truly support that.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken yet before I do go back? Mrs. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I wanted to just echo something that Mrs. Smith said, and that is, if you've been to any of these celebrations, I know each year I go either to Flint Hill Elementary School or Oakton Elementary School, and it's a community gathering, and it's an opportunity for veterans to come in, many of whom still are employed, so they have the day off, and they can participate. And the kids are so proud that their dad or their grandpa is there. And it is such a touching and important celebration. I read that 2 people Skyped from Afghanistan this year because they had the day off and they were able to participate remotely. To me, there is no better lesson than to see these folks on that day and to really learn about the history as it comes alive. And so I feel that in addition to the public engagement concerns, I love, and if anything, I wish that we could ask all of our schools to do what I've witnessed in a few of our schools on that day. And it's extremely powerful. And so I very much want to continue to celebrate veterans on Veterans Day.
Anybody else who hasn't spoken? I have 3 go backs. All right. I have Ms. Hines, Mrs. Schultz, and Mrs. McLaughlin. Okay, Mr. Schultz next.
Well, to address a couple of things that my colleagues have said, we have looked at this and we have delved into this. This is the 2nd year in a row I've attempted to put Veterans Day back on our calendar. So it isn't that we haven't looked at it. I have brought this discussion last year when the school calendar came up and quizzed Ms. Pajardo and quizzed you all and attempted to do this last year. So putting it off another year until it's more convenient for us to get our hands around the calendar does what exactly? I'm not sure. If we start planning now and I bring it up again in another year, will the next year of planning be all the better? Or do we say every other federal holiday is recognized by a student holiday in this school district except Veterans Day? And to those who say that there are meaningful presentations, there aren't meaningful presentations in all schools. There are some schools that do a spectacular job, and we have attended them. But not all students see that, and that doesn't happen in all schools. It's primarily in elementary schools, not in middle and high schools. So what if we made an example to our students that some schools do it great and the other ones it's okay, still go to school? Or it's okay for the first 45 minutes for the program to do something spectacular, then go to school? We don't do that for Martin Luther King Day. We don't do that for President's Day. We don't do that for Columbus Day. But for Veterans Day, what we're saying is it's more important for you to go do some stuff, and it's more meaningful if you're in school. And treat that holiday in a disparate manner on our calendar than every other federal holiday. If the federal government thought that you could just go, the military and everybody else could just go to work and just honor them by being at work, then it wouldn't be a federal holiday. But it is. And it is for a reason. This proposal, the second proposal, you know, if we have to be crass about it, at least saves us, you know, a couple of $100,000 at least. And in a budget crisis, if for no other reason, you now have given teachers an additional professional development day, which it's the one thing that we keep saying that they need, and it's inconvenient that it's in November. Guess what? What the veterans did for us is inconvenient. It was a lot more inconvenient for them to give us the right to have this discussion, to say the Pledge of Allegiance, to sing the national anthem, to have this discussion that we're bothered that our calendar is too crowded in November to keep a federal holiday. I want us to think about what we're discussing is that it's inconvenient for it to be a holiday because we have elections the week before every year in Virginia, because we have elections, and we've chosen to do 2 days because we'll have low attendance on a Monday if the kids don't come to school on a Monday. Elections, the very thing that has been given us this freedom. So if we do nothing else, then let's save a few $100,000. You guys want to re-engineer the entire calendar for the success of school year? That's fine. We have the time in the calendar. The superintendent has given us a reasonable alternative, and this way we have a coherent treatment of all federal holidays, especially our veterans, the same, and we're not treating them differently on our school calendar.
I have Mrs. McLaughlin next.
I want to echo what Ms. Schultz just said about having every one of my colleagues really think about what some have been saying. Can anyone on this board, would you publicly say, we're going to remove Martin Luther King holiday off our calendar because we think we will have a better opportunity to educate our children, create a learning opportunity to really understand and honor his legacy, and that instead of them having a shopping day, they'll be in school and we'll be able to, you know, really make it meaningful. We're not going to honor Memorial Day anymore because same thing, it's a shopping day, it's the kickoff of summer, but if we bring them into school, then we can really make that a meaningful holiday so they can learn and understand that and honor it. I mean, really, truly, you're saying that for Veterans Day, it's not served well when kids are on holiday. We can do so much better for them when we have them in school. But all the other holidays, are you saying they're less important? So go ahead and have your shopping day and have all those other federal holidays off. I mean, the disconnect is what I'm really struggling with. So everybody's tired, understand that. I will say this. If the issue was a teacher designated, or a staff development day, we could have turned one of those 2 days in November into a staff development day and we still wouldn't have lost it. So I will say this to everybody. I don't like the idea that this proposal basically gives half of our community, some way of honoring it. And as I was talking to FEA President Kimberly Adams, here's the challenge. We have a lot of teachers in our school who happen to be parents of school-age children. What are they going to do with this proposal? So I'm kind of disappointed with how this is being laid out, but I also want the public and my colleagues to understand I'm serious about supporting Ms. Schultz here in finally doing what the other neighboring school systems do. Mr. Greenberg's survey of 1,400 teachers overwhelmingly said the teachers value Veterans Day and they value it over Columbus Day. So we all know we don't want to get rid of Columbus Day for any various sundry reasons, including an important one, I do believe, which is having at least 1 day of one break in that quarter. But that said, to not honor Veterans Day and not to let our teachers honor that day, and especially if they have school-age children in our public schools, not the solution I would have liked. Final thing I'll say is, how come the other Virginia jurisdictions have figured it out and we're Fairfax County and we can't? So what I guess I'm asking Dr. Garza here tonight is, I know you're new to us, but this has been an ongoing dialogue with this board, and there has been no creative thinking of looking how the other school systems accomplished it. And so I listen to my colleagues just say, well, in a perfect world, or they talk about these presentations, it's a federal holiday. And whether we honor it or not is really, I think, the bigger thing. So I guess I feel for Dr. Garza, because honestly, listening to my colleagues here, I don't know why she would feel that she's got to take LT and work on this, because you're all basically saying you like kids being in school on Veterans Day. And your comments tonight have stated just that. So if you feel differently, I will implore you to please talk to Dr. Garza. If you would like to see a better solution for how we can honor this federal holiday like the other Virginia jurisdictions, she can help direct staff to work on it. But right now, your public comments have said you don't want to honor Veterans Day as a holiday. And that's most disappointing to me tonight.
Okay, with that, let me call for the vote on the Mr. Schultz's amendment to amend the main motion in order to honor Veterans Day, a federal holiday, by designating Tuesday, November 11, 2014 as a staff development day, student holiday. All those in favor of that motion, raise your hand. Schultz, McLaughlin. Those opposing, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, McElveen, Smith, Adelna Koufax, Moon, Hines, Reed, Velkop, Storr. The motion fails. We're back to the main motion. Anybody else? Ms. Evans.
Yes, and just briefly to follow up, I do think it would be valuable, since this is an ongoing issue, for us to try to do a concerted effort to discuss the Veterans Day issue with parents and teachers. And I do think when we come back here next year, rather than voting kind of a bit blindly, that it would be good to, in the next year, do that. Is that something that would be doable? All right, thank you so much. The other piece I wanted to raise, again, was the religious holidays. And I'm certainly not asking that we add religious holidays to our calendar, but because we do hear from Jewish families and from Muslim families about particular days that are major religious holidays for them, in which they feel that they need to take their children out of school, even though it's a school day. And I did want to, I've asked Dr. Pajardo and Dr. Garza and Dr. Pajardo to give me a little bit bit more information, which thank you very much for doing so. I think for the purposes of our constituents, it would be helpful to go through that. Dr. Fajardo, would you be the one to do that? Could you go into a little bit more, Dr. Garza, if you'd like to go into some more detail about what Dr. Fajardo sent me today about what you do to what we do in our schools, and perhaps a little bit more of what we might do to get the word out. And then I do have one comment after that. I think it's important for our constituents to know that we do make a concerted effort. We do have a policy by which students are not penalized if they are taken out for religious reasons, and we also try to let our principals know that there are holidays coming up. I think there may be some confusion over holidays where a parent is not likely to take a student out of class as opposed to what one might consider a major holiday where a number of students are, and we might want to be more clear about when principals could expect this. I do see, and thank you for the statistics, and at one school, for example, on one of the Muslim holidays, there were 40% absence. I mean, that's a huge absence. And so I think it's something that, yes, and at another school, it was 18.6%, 17.6%, 16.4%. That's a large absence, which I don't think is, I don't think there's any reason to account for that other than this particular holiday. We did get some other statistics that were similarly, you know, we saw an uptick in absences, and so because, as we've just talked about before, attendance is certainly important when it comes to learning and for graduation. So I did just want you to, if you would, go through that a bit.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Evans. So we do have on our website a published noteworthy and calendar, which in fact details religious holidays for all to see. We honor that by, in fact, putting that under cultural observances, and that's on our FCPS website. Additionally, each quarter we prepare a memo that goes to all principals in our division. It specifically lists those religious holidays that are in fact on the calendar and observance of cultural events. We indicate through that memo that principals should be mindful of the holidays, that they should not plan, test, field trips, and to be mindful that students are likely to be absent, as well as to acknowledge and to be respectful of and sensitive to what is going on, as well as to talk with their community about what's happening as well. Additionally, the Office of Equity and Compliance, which is in Human Resources, on our website as well, we have guidelines for religious accommodations. So in fact, parents can understand, our community can understand, and our staff can understand what are some things that should be considered regarding students requesting accommodations, and even staff requesting accommodations. We do allow employees to request accommodations for religious observance, so we also allow staff to take leave as well. And then finally, the Office of Equity and Compliance, also in Human Resources, publishes things in our monthly FCPS employee, as well as in other publications in FCPS, important days that are observed as far as religious accommodations and religious observances.
I appreciate that, and I see in terms of what we might do is have a bit more communication with some of our principal and teachers associations, as well as with parents, and I appreciate you working on that. Thank you.
Mrs. McLaughlin.
I just wanted to briefly say that I'm sure it will come as no surprise to my colleagues that I won't be voting in support of this calendar. And I will reiterate that if any of you actually do believe in honoring Veterans Day as a holiday and you simply want to find a better way to fix the calendar, I implore you to talk to Dr. Garza, because if she doesn't know where you stand on this, then she's not going to be able to direct staff to do any action. And we will continue to not honor Veterans Day the way the rest of the Virginia schools that surround the district do.
Mr. Moon, if I might say, there are other Virginia, just for clarification for the audience and for the school board, we do have some surrounding school divisions that in fact are in session on Veterans Day as well. Ms. McLaughlin has listed of some and shared some that are not in school. Loudoun County, Falls Church City are two surrounding jurisdictions that are also in school on Veterans Day.
But
Okay.
Dr. Bajard, I just want to clarify, I didn't use Loudoun County because they are not adjacent to the District of Columbia. They are further away.
Okay. With that, let me call for the vote on the main motion. The school board approved 2014-2015 school calendar as detailed in the agenda item. All those in favor, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, McElveen, Smith, Delana Colfax, Moon, Hines, Velkop, Stork. Opposing? Schultz and McLaughlin. Mrs. Reed, did you want to join in voting for the calendar? Mrs. Reed votes for the calendar motion, main motion. The motion passes. With that, now we are on 5.03, award of contracts, architectural and engineering services for capital construction projects. Mr. Stork.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. I move to authorize staff to negotiate professional services contracts with selected firms for architectural design of capital construction projects and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer contracts on behalf of the school board.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mrs. Smith. Mr. Stork, you want to speak on the motion?
Very briefly, this is a fairly standard process that we use for essentially grouping together different kinds of services and basically having it bid on so that we don't have to keep bidding small projects on and on. So it's really a way of saving time as well as to get, frankly, a little bit lower price because we have somebody who's bidding on a little bit larger contract and we can, I think, optimize our funds by getting them to commit to a lower price and provide more services. So we have a number of schools that we're going to be doing renovations on over the next 5 years. Many of them in the Mount Vernon and Lee District areas that are going to service the Richmond Highway corridor. We have some major decisions to make regarding that corridor and how we not only renovate, but where we add the additional 1,000 seats that we need in that area, and having the services that we need to properly scope those out and present the options to the board through the staff, I think is very important. So I support this and look forward to other members doing so as well.
Mr. Velkop, you want to speak on the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking this off the consent agenda. One of the contractors listed in the agenda item is owned by a personal friend, and I want to recuse myself from this decision.
Mrs. McLaughlin?
I just wanted to emphasize for the public, if anybody's wondering how we selected these firms. There was a selection advisory committee that reviewed the proposal for the 37 architectural firms, and these are the recommendations. And I always appreciate when we have advisory committees that put the hard work in to help this school division do its best work. And so I just thought it was important for anyone who hadn't looked into the details, how are we, selecting these particular firms? And I think this is the right way to be doing business with our school system.
Anybody else? If not, let me call for the vote on the motion. that the school board authorize staff to negotiate professional services contract with the selected firms for architectural design of capital construction projects, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer contracts on behalf of the school board. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, Schurz, McElveen, Smith, Terana, Colfax, Moon, McLaughlin, Hines, Reed, Stork. Opposing, abstaining is Mr. Welkup. The motion passes. Next, we have a confirmation of action taken in closed meeting. This is the portion of the meeting where the board will confirm any action regarding issues that were discussed in the closed meeting. These issues may include action taken regarding students who have been recommended for expulsion by the division superintendent. Board members have discussed each individual case and at this time will make several motions to confirm the recommended action. Actually, there is only one motion. Ms. Hines.
Yes, I move to deny the school reassignment appeal of a student who threatened and assaulted a teacher at school and to confirm the disciplinary decision of the division superintendent.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Schurz. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Strauss, Evans, Schurz, McElveen, Smith, Terana, Colfax, Moon, Hines, Reed, and Velkup. Opposing, abstaining is Mrs. McLaughlin with Mr. Stork away from the table. The motion passes. Next, we have a consent agenda. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Most of the items listed under the consent agenda have gone through board committee review and recommendation. Documentation concerning these items has been provided to all board members and the public in advance to assure an extensive and thorough review. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. 6.01, approve the minutes of November 11, 2013, operational expectations work session and November 18, 2013 regular school board meeting. 6.02, authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services in consultation with the division counselor to negotiate, execute, and administer on behalf of the school board an emergency conservation program contract with Synergistic Incorporated. 6.03, award the contract for the Woodlawn Elementary School renovation project to R.J. Crowley Incorporated in the amount of $16,008,000 and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.04, award the contract for the operational maintenance and testing services contract for the Gunston wastewater treatment facility to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Environmental Systems Services Limited, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 6.05, appoint Joseph Welborn as the deputy clerk of the school board and Michelle Beeman and Michelle Beeman as the deputy agent to the school board as detailed in the agenda item. 6.06, appoint individuals to serve on committees as detailed in the agenda item. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. Next, we have a new business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. 7.01, Approve revenue and expenditure changes reflected in the FY 2014 mid-year budget review as detailed in the agenda item. 7.02, approve. Okay. I was just trying to give you a little break, Miss Quinn.
I wanted to say good morning, but it's still good evening. And then in interest of time, I'm going to skip my 40-page presentation. So this is going to be a very brief mid-year budget review. Most of the adjustments are a result of our year-end and our audit adjustments from 2013. And then the bottom line for the school operating fund is an additional $3.5 million that is available primarily due to actual sales tax receipts that came in slightly higher than the projected from this past June, as well as some favorable adjustments to our expenditure accruals. So we're actually going to be recognizing an additional $3.5 million. So on top of page 1, on the attachment, you'll see the increase in the beginning balance for 2014 for the $3.5 million. And the rest of the adjustments on page 1 are just slight modifications to grant awards that we received since the last review in July. And then what you don't see is any adjustments to any other accounts within this current fiscal year, but I did want to note that our sales tax receipts are coming in pretty flat, and we have been very conservative with our sales tax projections. If we had used the state's sales tax projections, we would be down by about 5%. So I think we need to closely monitor where we are with the sales tax receipts, and any adjustments will be recognized or recommended in the third quarter review. So on the expenditure side of the ledger, it's really the corresponding adjustments from the revenue side for the grant adjustments. So I'm going to skip to page 3, which is the summary. That shows the available $3.5 million, and we're recommending that all of that be set aside for 2015, bringing the budgeted beginning balance for 2015 to $48.5 million. And that is the budgeted beginning balance that we presented to the Board of Supervisors last week during our joint meeting. The $48.5 million, it still falls short of the 2014 beginning balance by over $34 million. So we are going into 2015 with $34.5 million less in our beginning balance. On page 4, there's an update to our enrollment. During the mid-year budget review, we try to provide the board with an update as to where we are with our actual enrollment versus the projections. And we do have the actuals for general education as of September 30. And the actuals came in slightly below the projections by 424 students. And the actual counts for special education, FESEP, and some of the non-traditional programs will be counted in December and after. And then as for the staffing reserve, we started with 210 positions this year. We currently have 38.5 positions remaining. So we have used a significant portion of the staffing reserve this year. And obviously, any remaining positions at the third quarter review, we will go ahead and return it to the ending balance. And then as for the other funds, very similar to the operating fund, a lot of the adjustments are just a result of year-end and audit adjustments from 2013. The grant subfund is recognizing an additional $2.4 million in the grant awards, and those awards came in since July. They're either new awards or revised award amounts. And then in our retirement and the OPEB trust funds, good news is that we do have the final results from June, and both of those trust funds did return had double-digit returns. So that is good news for our retirement and OPEB trust funds. And that concludes my briefing. So I try to keep it as short as possible, but I will take some questions if somebody has any questions.
Hope that we don't entertain too many questions tonight, as we have a work session on the budget coming up. But I know that Mr. Stork wanted to make a brief
I
comment.
just wanted to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just wanted to mention that, as I mentioned when we met with the Board of Supervisors, that we will be presenting at the work session on Monday at least some suggestions on an independent auditor position, and look forward to discussions there and using third quarter review monies as needed or as the board would support to enhance and improve our audit functions. I think it's an important part of some of the important issue that we have now. I think it's an important credibility issue for us, and I think it's a way of kind of giving the public more confidence that we take every dollar that we get seriously and we're going to spend it wisely. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Garza, did you want to?
You actually mentioned what I was going to say, is that it's scheduled for a work session, so there will be opportunity
Right.
for a lot more in-depth conversation.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And we'll thank you, Ms. Quinn. Continuing with the new business item, 7.02 is approve the recommended media as detailed in the agenda item and as reviewed and recommended by the Family Life Education Curriculum Advisory Committee. 7.03, approve the appointment of Daniel Paris to the ERFC Board of Trustees for a 6-month term beginning January 1, 2014 and ending June 30, 2014. Mrs. McLaughlin, did you want to say something on this one?
The 7.02 family life.
7.02. Okay, Mrs. McLaughlin.
I just, Chairman Moon, I wanted some clarity about how this is going to proceed to action for the board. Will we be getting a presentation and reviewing the actual video?
We are not planning on doing any presentation, but there are videos you can actually go and watch.
Well, will we talk about this then when it becomes an action item?
Absolutely.
I think it's really important that we talk about
We'll
this.
schedule this as an action item, not as a consent.
Okay.
All right, and then we can discuss at that point. And meanwhile, board members are encouraged to review, as we have always done. 7.04, authorize Daniel Paris, interim deputy superintendent, to execute official documents relating to state, federal, and impact aid requiring the division superintendent's signature beginning January 1, 2014 through June 30, 2014. Just to clarify that Mr. Daniel Paris is not an interim deputy superintendent yet, not until January 1. Adopt the policy 5150, advancing appropriate funds to schools as detailed in the agenda item. 7.06, award the contract for the automatic temperature control system replacement at Glen Forest Elementary School to the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.07, award the contract for the chiller replacement at Poe Middle School to the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.08, award the contract for the automatic temperature control system replacement at Liberty Middle School to the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. 7.09, award the contract for the Terracet Elementary School renovation project to the lowest responsible bidder, and authorize the division superintendent or the assistant superintendent of facilities and transportation services to execute and administer the contract on behalf of the school board. We now go to superintendent matters. Dr. Garza.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be very brief. We had a great day, third day on Portrait of a Graduate. We had our 2 board members there. It was very exciting, engaging work. We do have a day scheduled in January for the school board also to spend some quality time really looking at and getting their hands on that work and being able to develop it as well. I'm also pleased to report that FCPS was recognized by the Virginia School Board Association as being a 2013 Certified Green School Division. FCPS was one of 38 systems throughout the state for supporting that were selected for supporting environmentally friendly initiatives and facilities in the broader community. I think that's good. We've also been notified that FCPS has received a meritorious budget award for excellence in the preparation and issuance of the fiscal year 2014 budget from the Association of School Business Officials International. This is the 17th year that FCPS has been recognized by ASBO for excellence in budget preparation. So I'd like to congratulate Susan Quinn and her entire financial services team for a job well done. And finally, Dr. Presidio did a really good job of recognizing a new member of our team. Again, I want to welcome John Foster to our organization. We're very, very happy to have him. And I promise you, Mr. Foster, we don't usually go all the way till midnight. Not every time.
No, we go late.
It's only every other meeting, Mr. Foster. Okay, with that, let's go to the reports, starting with November 26, 2013, joint meeting with the County Board of Supervisors. Mr. Narcofax.
Yes, at that time, we met with our colleagues from the Board of Supervisors to discuss budget concerns. We had reports from Ed Long and Dr. Garza. After each presentation, there was followed by a question and answer period. Board of Supervisor members expressed their thanks to Dr. Garza and the budget staff, as well as Mr. Velkoff and Ms. Reed, for taking the time to meet with them individually, and a productive and positive dialogue ensued.
Thank you, Mr. Narcofax. Let me call on Mrs. Smith, a report on Governance and Infrastructure Financing Committee.
So the Governance Committee worked on planning for the retreat that is going to be Saturday, January 25th. We're going to keep it to one day. The morning we'll be doing the work on Portrait of a Graduate, and in the afternoon we'll be doing a follow-up on the self-evaluation that we did electronically. So all the specific details will be worked out, but that's the plan for the day. We had some follow-up on some other agenda items. We're looking at some policies that we're going to come back to. The Infrastructure Finance Committee, it was probably the most interesting discussion that we had because we finally got to a discussion of solutions. I just checked the website. We had the meeting, was it only yesterday? The materials have not been posted yet, but there was a great handout about the meals tax that was detailed and talked about that. You know, some ideas were tossed around about different revenue ideas. We're going to get more clarification about the $25 million because we're hearing no. And we said we want more details about that to add it to our bonding capacity. And our next meeting will be in February. So we'll follow up, but do check in a couple days and look at the materials because I think you'd find them interesting from the meeting. On the county website, we probably have a link to it from ours. If you go to our website, the meeting's listed, but I can forward you the link. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next, we have the board matters, and I am going to start with Mrs. Strauss and go down this way. And considering the time of the day, we could limit to absolutely necessary comments.
Congratulations, Langley High School volleyball, girls volleyball team. They are the state champs. Congratulations, Camille Spear, who won an award for her art promotional TV video. She is a student at Langley High School and also at our Fairfax Academy professional TV studio. Thank you to McLean Project for the Arts for their new tour, building on STEAM for our students. Students participating, looking at key concepts in science using recycled scientific stuff for sculptures. There is no charge for the tours, and the MPA subsidizes school bus transportation for Title I schools. It's a very important partnership we have with McLean Project for the Arts, particularly for some of our neediest children. So thank you very much, McLean Project for the Arts.
Ms. Evans.
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate the FCC PTA on another successful Emerging Minority Leaders Conference at Edison High School. They did an excellent job of focusing on after-school programs and how important these are. I enjoyed my time with our colleagues from the Fairfax City School Board last night, and other than that, have a good evening.
Mr. Schultz?
Pass.
Mr. Beckerman?
I'll see everyone at the 7th stop on the listening tour on Saturday at Cooper Middle School at 10 a.m.
Mrs. Smith?
I want to congratulate Cluster 7 for the great work they're doing on bullying prevention. They're doing this cluster-wide. They have these bands from the Centerville, the Fairfax, and the Chantilly Pyramids Stand By Me, and they're doing a great job, and I want to congratulate them all.
Mr. Narcofax?
I just want to echo Ms. Evans' comments. I was also at the Emerging Minority Leaders Conference. The County Council of PTA did an excellent job. This is my first time attending, and I was able to learn lots of new things and meet lots of dedicated people, so that was nice. It was also lovely to spend last evening with our colleagues from the Fairfax City School Board, so thank you so much for that. And today, I did attend the last session of the Portrait of a Grad, and again, many community leaders, very dedicated, very passionate, so I look forward to sharing with all my colleagues here all of their input very soon.
Mrs. McLaughlin?
I just wanted to convey to the public that when we had our joint Board of Supervisors School Board meeting on the projected budgets for fiscal year 2015, I greatly appreciated the fact that staff on both sides of the in the county and the schools really tried to be brief in their presentations and really allowed the two boards to have quite a bit of initial dialogue on this issue. And I just really want to emphasize to my colleagues and to the public that I really do believe we're going to have to continue a very persistent dialogue with the Board of Supervisors for them to truly understand that when you are facing $132 million, all of it essentially from expenditures that are beyond our control, they're going to have to take place. It's not because of any new spending efforts. It needs to be taken seriously, and I can't emphasize enough how important it is perhaps for all of us here at the table to really continue our dialogue with our supervisors and also to circle back with each other and say which of the supervisors that are still struggling to understand how this shortfall exists, because I think some are starting to grasp it, but others, they still seem to think that this is an old game that's been played, and as we've all stated, this is not a game this time around. It's serious, and we will need their help in order to come out of this successfully.
Ms. Hines.
Yes, hi. I am moved tonight to read a brief quote of Nelson Mandela's. I want to thank my constituent and Facebook friend Tanya Williams for posting this. No one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Mrs. Reed. Mr. Becker? Mr. Stork?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to see if I can take us past midnight. I hear the groans from the group. The two things I need to say, they both involve people that I cared and respected greatly who died this past year. Obviously, one of them was Nelson Mandela Day. He's one of my four heroes, and you can imagine who at least one other one is, and there's a couple others out there, but he truly was a great man in every sense of the word. So, the other person I wanted to mention is Cliff Hardison. We had a ceremony to honor Cliff and his memory at West Potomac High School. We had a wonderful turnout, not only from the West Potomac community, but Cliff's wingspan was broad, and his connections were great, and we had folks really from all around the county come in to really respect and honor and thank the memory of someone who had given so much to so many students for so long, and really for all of us adults as well, because he clearly was somebody who helped me learn and understand the system a lot better. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stork, and I was honored to participate in in celebration of Mr. Hardin's life, along with Vice Chair Mr. Anna Koufax on that day. It was a very, very moving night for me personally. On this Saturday, I'll be watching a football game between Westfield and Centerville, and I'll be rooting for Fairfax County high school teams on that day. With that, this meeting is adjourned.